anybody feeling safe, yes, you have the Reverend Sister, Sister Mahan, kindly come over. Time. We have prayed for the tea, and we can't get tired of thanking those who have been enabled by God to sponsor this event so that we can have all the other activities that will follow the tea. So without even all, I really want to recognize the Norwegian Association of Disabled, which is already here, the organization called Sense International, USDC, Fawe Uganda, Kyambogo University, of course, Hill Preparatory School, United Persons with Disabilities, NODIPU, Government of Uganda, and all the other sponsors as we shall hear them. Thank you so much for enabling this conference, but also thank you so much for enabling what we are about to partake of. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the tent. The tent for the tea and snacks is via this exit. Maybe it will also inform you about the geography of this place. Like any other region, it has several locations, east, north, west, and south. But when you are looking for network to do with Airtel or MTN, you'll exit through that route and head left. The stalls there are well labeled, those for ladies and those for gentlemen. And I'm sure they are all very friendly to all of us, given our different abilities. Thank you very much. DJ, kindly take us through that soft music as we head to Okay. Thank you very much. I've just got some very good education, and I'm going to request my interpreter here to help me do exactly that. We were saying that the direction for our health break is on my left, where I'm pointing. So we have to exit through this door. And then the direction to the places of convenience is on my right, where I'm pointing. And when you head out through the door on my right, just after about 3 meters, you'll find another route going left. You follow the same route up to about 8 meters ahead. That's where you'll find the entrance to a building that houses the stalls that include all the networks that you'll need. MTN, Airtel. From Kenya, I think we have Safaricom and all the others. They cannot be located in that direction. Thank you so much. Let's head for tea for now. Selector, I've not known your name yet, but you are doing well by giving us that cool music that is ushering us into the health break. Selector, is there any music in those machines? I know it is there. Please do the needful as we head for the health break. When I introduced my sister, the co-MC,
you want to know what DJ Redman.
Check 2 2. 2 check 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can see that we are about to be joined by our main host, none other than Professor Eddie Katunguka. Professor, you are very much welcome. You only found us at a moment of the health break, which we are about to conclude very soon, and then we get into the rest of the function. Thank you very much for accepting to host this great event, and thank you very much for coming and joining. Selector, you can keep it in low. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reliably informed that our chief guest is around the campus. And so we are making a humble appeal to wind up the health break. We know that some people could still be partaking of a few things, but our request is that you can move with whatever is movable and come inside with it so that we get ready to start the big function. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest is actually getting close to the entrance. May I continue loudly appealing to those outside to kindly get in? Colleagues outside, can we kindly enter so that we are set to receive our chief guest? Angela, may I get my program back? Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest is close to the entrance. May we be upstanding to receive our dear chief guest, who is none other than the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, represented here by the Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education. Okay, we can take our seats for a while as we welcome all the colleagues who are still out enjoying the health break. May we kindly get back to this space so that we receive our chief guest in honor. Meantime, I want to receive up at the podium the Chief Executive Officer, Nodipu. May I welcome up at the podium the Chief Executive Officer, Nodipu, to kindly come and take over the first seat. Then I also welcome the Country Director, NAD, to come and take the next seat. I also very, very warmly welcome the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Eli Katunguka Rakshaya, to take up the third seat. And then I'll also invite the convener of this conference, Professor Joke, to take up the last seat and reserve the second last seat for our chief guest. As they find their way, I want to continue appealing to colleagues who are still outside to kindly get in.
Thank you very much, my colleague. We request the CEO of NODIPU and Country Director of NAD to please move and join the VC in welcoming the chief guest, and you'll also move to here. The Country Director, NAD, and the CEO, NODIPU, kindly join the VC to welcome the chief guest, and you'll also sit at the podium.
Just checking to confirm that selector has the Uganda anthem, which we'll do first, the East African anthem, and the Kyambogo University anthem. I'm not sure whether our Kyambogo team is leading us in the three or in only one of them. All the three. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to confirm that we are in the right place for the first East African Conference on Disability Inclusion in Higher Education. We welcome all the brains that have come to this event to share experiences and to share their wisdom. We continue to recognize and heavily thank the people who have enabled Kyambogo University to host this event. On the outside, there's a lot of display about these dear partners, but when you check our program booklet, at the back you'll confirm that our dear friends of the Norwegian Association of Disabled are with us at this event, and they have been strongly supporting. Our hosts, Kyambogo University, have been at it, and they continue to be at it. Our very good friends, the Show Abilities Uganda SHAO, are in this program, and they've supported in all ways. Uganda Society for Disabled Children is also part of this arrangement. United Persons with Disabilities is also part of the team that we want to greatly thank for this event. National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda is definitely part of it. Fawe Uganda is also part of it. We warmly want to thank Mutesa One Royal University for also accepting to be part of the organizers, and also the sponsors, and for also accepting to be present at this event. As I mentioned earlier, we shall shortly know who is in our midst, I think when we begin the formal program. but we want to welcome all of us in our capacities. I indicated that East Africa comes out strongly, but we have participants from across the globe, particularly those coming from other parts of Africa, as well as parts of Europe. We have an action-packed day, which began at 8 o'clock when we arrived. And I said after arrival, we had to register, which I guess we've done. We had to enjoy a health break to get strong for the event. We want to thank the service providers for being on time and serving us on time. We are now in this very great auditorium to get started for the function. I know that our chief guest is already enjoying the exhibition where different people are showcasing what's happening to the disability world, especially in terms of innovation, and also sharing experiences of what they do. And immediately after that, the chief guest will come in, and that's when we'll get into the anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, meantime, continue greeting your neighbor in any language that is convenient. You can say habari for colleagues coming from Tanzania, DRC, and Kenya. You can say Olibwanji if you have any friend coming from Zambia or Malawi. You can say bonjour if there's a friend coming from Burundi. And if there's a friend coming from Rwanda, I think it is the same bonjour that works. And for friends from Nigeria, I don't know how they greet, but I like their accent when they are speaking English. Yes, I like those good friends from Nigeria. I mentioned at one event that one of them was looking for accommodation. Oh, I'm actually told that as you greet that neighbor from Congo, we shall also have an interpreter for the good of that person. And may we have that interpreter come close to Mr. Could we have our dear participant from Congo liaise with the gentleman over here for purposes of sorting out the communication issues? Thank you. I know he'll get in touch. I was trying to mention that my friends from Nigeria have very good accent, and I like it. But one of them got into trouble when he visited a hotel in Uganda here and was trying to seek accommodation. So you know how the accent goes. The gentleman kept saying, I want accommodation, accommodation. And the waiter kept wondering, what does accommodation mean? Then he insisted on saying, I want accommo for four, accommo for four. The waiter got confused until when he told this gentleman to just write down what he meant. And the message was simple as, I want accommodation for 4 people. But the Nigerian was saying, accommodation, accommo for 4. Yeah, that's the challenge with some of our dialects and accents as we move along. Kindly continue chatting with your neighbor. Ask them how the lockdown treated them 2 years ago. Are they still lamenting, or they have woken up and gotten to their feet and moved on? Your neighbor is likely to be a very, very serious academician. Ask them how far research has gone as far as treating Mpox and COVID and HIV has reached. Okay, the gentleman who had just been here, gentleman over here, our colleagues from DRC can be traced using this young lady. Let her come to you and you locate them. So kindly continue saying hello to your neighbor. Ask them about their status if you are interested in the marital status. Ask them about business. Ask them about issues of inclusion, wherever they come from. I know that Kyambogo University here is very, very keen on issues of inclusion, as seen from the structures, especially the new structures, as seen from all the good work coming from the department in charge of this, as seen from the spirit of hosting this wonderful conference on disability and inclusion. We do have a conference handbook. And in the conference handbook is a detail of what is going to happen. Of course, we do have content on introduction to the conference. We do have the activities that will take place at this conference. And at this moment, I'm assured that our chief guest is right at the entrance. Could we rise again and warmly welcome none other than the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, represented here by the Honorable Minister of Education for Higher Education, of State for Higher Education. Ladies and gentlemen, we stay in that position to partake of the anthems. Uganda, East Africa, Kyambogo. bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you so much. Still in that position, allow me invite Dr. Maria Goreti Kahwa, Sister Dr. Maria Goreti Kahwa, to come and lead us into the opening prayer.
People of God, good morning. People of Allah, good morning. People of Creator, good morning. Allow me to start with a quotation from the Bible. And this morning we are going to be led by quotation from Exodus chapter 4. Exodus chapter 4, verses 10 to 12. But Moses pleaded with the Lord, "Oh Lord, I am not very good with words. I never have been, and I am not now. Even though you have spoken to me, I get tongue-tied, and my words are tangled." Then the Lord asked Moses, "Who makes a person's mouth? Who decided whether people speak or do not speak? Hear or do not hear? See or do not see? It is not I, is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will be with you as you speak, and I will instruct you in whatever you say." The word of the Lord. Let us pray. Living and true God, you created all that is good and holy. Be close to us, your servants, your children, your people with disability who gather here today. Be our constant help and protection. Enable us to reach out loving to all our people with disability, to show understanding and awareness, comfort and consolation, justice and equality, so that together we may participate fully in full life and worship. Father, we thank you for all our sponsors. We thank you for everyone who is here. Father God, we thank you for giving us another chance to be together and to be alive to do your will. This we pray through your name, Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, sister. We can now take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to warmly welcome our chief guest, who is none other than Dr. John Chrysostom Muyingo, the Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education in this country. Honorable, you are very much welcome. And just for the good of those who may not have known Honorable Jesse for a long time, he is a minister, he is a honorable, he is an investor, and he has invested a lot in education in Uganda, and we thank him so much for that. He is also a parent, and he is a counselor. Many of us who have gone to him have received a lot of very good and wise counsel from him. But very important about him, he's very serious on timekeeping, and Honorable Minister, I want to thank you so much for mentoring us in that aspect. And just to conclude it for now, he's one of the most humble politicians you'll find on earth. Big as he is, high as he is, he's always down to earth, and so we want to continue thanking him. Our dear chief guest, we are here.
Parents, persons with disabilities, and other stakeholders to engage on critical issues currently shaping disability inclusion in higher education in the East African region. Specifically, the conference seeks to revive the defunct East African linkage on inclusive education and elevate it into a platform for regular engagement, networking, advocacy, and disseminating disability-inclusive research findings and experiences in the sub-region. Secondly, to create awareness about the moral and legal obligation of higher education leaders, administrators, scholars, partners, and regulators towards equitable and inclusive higher education ecosystem. And lastly, explore transformative and innovative pedagogical, administrative, and leadership strategies drawing on institutional best practices and initiatives from the sub-region and beyond. Looking at its objectives, the conference is unique in that it is one of the first of its kind that focuses on inclusive education in the sub-region and on higher education only. It is my committee's targeted academics, researchers from universities and other research institutions, practitioners, development partners, OPDs, persons with disabilities, policymakers, graduate students, and interested members of the public in East Africa and beyond. Mr. Chief Guest, I am happy to report here that we received overwhelming response to our call for participation. The Scientific Programs Subcommittee received over 40 abstracts, and for technical reasons, we are able to accumulate only 38 of them for paper presentations, both online and in person. Our online registration also reflects participation from 11 countries across the region, namely the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Pakistan, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, the United States, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, among others. To me, as the chair organizing committee, this is an impressive achievement we could not possibly do without the valuable contribution of members of the Central Organizing Committee, the subcommittees, partners, and sponsors. On that note, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to all the committee members who took time to attend the numerous planning meetings we organized, ran various errands, and make contribution of various kinds. In a very special way, Mr. Guest of Honor, allow me to thank our sponsors, namely the Norwegian Association of Disabled, Kyambogo University, National Union of Disabled Persons in Uganda, Ministry of Education and Sport, specifically the Department of Special Needs and Inclusive Education, Uganda Society for Disabled Children, Hill Preparatory School, Mboya, Uganda, So Abilities, Uganda, Spina Bafida and Hydrocephalus Association of Uganda, Saints International East Africa Chapter, Forum for African Women Educationalists Uganda Chapter, Mutesa One Royal University Uganda on the one hand, and our program partners within the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, namely All We See is Possibilities, Cyber School Technology Solutions in partnership with MasterCard Foundation and Aga Khan University Uganda on the other, for your generous contribution that made the organization of this conference a huge success. I would like to request the organizing committee from Kyambogo University who started this to stand up for recognition if they are around. Please, members of organizing committee, please stand up. Thank you, you can sit. So may Almighty God reward and bless you abundantly. In conclusion, Mr. Guest of Honor, permit me to say that this conference provides scholars, practitioners, lawmakers, and advocates a rare scientific platform to share indigenous research evidence, experience, and best practices. It gives us an invaluable...
Patrick, who is the current Dean, Faculty of Special Needs Education, Kyambogo University. Welcome.
Chief guest, who is the Minister of State for Higher Education, representing the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sport, the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, the Chief Executive Officer of National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, the Country Director for Norwegian Association of Disabled, all the conference sponsors and other partners, all the university leaders from the East African community and other parts of Africa who are here, our keynote speakers, international presenters, our guests in your different capacities, and of course, our students, the committee, and the host university. I'm so happy East Africa is meeting at Kyambogo University today. It has been a dream that has come true now. You are very welcome to Kyambogo University. Honorable Minister, during the COVID-19 lockdown, I spent 3 years studying in last year, December. Yeah. Honorable Minister, we've also had cases where students put their first choice in other universities. The first keynote address. This level of humility usually is not common with our political minister. Finally, the Vice Chancellor, from the day we started the work, the Vice Chancellor had our backs. I think he signed over 100 letters. Some of them we would release in bits. It never said, why are you this at the time? When we needed the money to contribute to this conference, the Vice Chancellor was there to give the necessary command. And I'm saying this because if disability inclusion in higher education is to succeed, we need university leaders who are champions themselves. We need an institutional initiative driven by the university, the topmost university leader. Yesterday, the Vice Chancellor impressed me by addressing the media. And I was talking disability language like one of the experts in the house. I was impressed. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University is a leader. And the far we can go rests on your will and ability to invest in disability inclusion at our university. We are grateful that you are already on board, and we believe with that we can do a lot more. I'm not going to say what Kyambogo University is doing on disability inclusion because that is your docket. I will leave it at that, but I am by your side as you are by our side in this journey, and I think that we will get there one day. I thank you all.
Martin? Martin, please come. Thank you so much, our Dean of Faculty for Special Needs and Rehabilitation of Kyambogo University, for those amazing remarks. Again, thank you so much, Dr. of this conference, for those remarks. You have spoken to my heart, among other things. But I'll not repeat any of the words you've spoken. My name is Dennis Ouma. Again, thank you, Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education, for gracing this occasion. I am a student here at Kyambogo University. I am pursuing a Master's of Disability Studies and Inclusive Development. I am testament, Honorable Minister and our esteemed guests, of the fact that students with disability, students with severe disability can be in 2 assistants. And yet, I'm only one statistic of the 6.5 million Ugandans with different disabilities. Because of those limitations, Honorable Minister, I was rejected by several universities, to be specific, 8 different universities who had no idea, Honorable Minister, of how to reasonably accommodate the unique needs that I needed to attain a meaningful education. I am grateful, however, to Kyambogo University, who have supported my journey of education. Of course, I went through my first bachelor's degree at Makerere and joined Kyambogo University, who support me with my assistants, with a writing assistant to sit my examinations, with a special room to sit my tests and examinations, as well as a special invigilator, all for me to sit an exam. I know that many universities out there, Honorable Minister, have no idea what these kind of considerations are all about, among other unique and dynamic needs that other people with different disabilities require to attain a meaningful education. Thank you, Kyambogo University, for making possible happening today at Kyambogo University, the first of its kind in East Africa on disability inclusive higher education, which I think speaks very highly of Kyambogo University's initiative under the wise counsel and leadership of Dr. Patrick Ojok and his team. So once again, thank you very much. On a lighter note, I am privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to be one of the master of ceremonies for this first East African Conference on Disability Inclusive Higher Education. And moving forward, allow me, Honorable Minister, to invite our next speaker to give her opening remarks, and that is the Chief Executive Officer of the Umbrella, the National Umbrella Organization for all organizations of persons with disabilities in Uganda, my good friend and disability inclusion champion, an icon in the fraternity, a mother to many, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Esther Chozira. You're welcome to speak to the conference.
Is it on? Thank you. I'm not sure whether it's on. I'm not sure. It's on. Thank you, Mr. MC, for the brilliant introduction. Our guest of honor, the Honorable State Minister for Higher Education, the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, our development partners, and the Country Director, Norwegian Association of the Disabled, academicians in the room, leaders of organizations of persons with disabilities, advocates for inclusive education, our support persons, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Esther Chozira. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of NODIPO, and NODIPO is National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. We are an umbrella organization of persons with disabilities in the country. Today, I'm honored to speak at this first historical East African Conference for Higher Education on Disability Inclusion. And as NODIPO, we recognize all of you for being part of this conference, a space where we think we are going to discuss the value of all students, regardless of their abilities. Our guest of honor, today as we reflect on the theme, I've decided to cut it short because it's a long theme, universities of all and for all. This is a mouthful. It leads us into transformation, into innovation, and different strategies of how we can continue deliberating on disability inclusion in the higher institutions of learning. We believe that this is a vital theme, but yet very challenging when you look at what is required in having this theme achieved. For NODIPO, to us, inclusion is rooted within our mandate. We aim to ensure that we promote rights, we promote dignity, and advocate for inclusion of persons with disabilities in different aspects of life. And we know that education is one of those that makes transformation in different aspects, both at community and within the institutions of higher learning. We are honored to be part of the co-funders of this event, not just as sponsors, but as an institution that is deeply rooted in fighting for inclusion at all different levels, and as an institution that believes that education is the key to success in life. When we look at the conference today, we know that the results of this conference are both immediate and long-lasting, because we believe that this is the beginning of a journey of creating networks, of beginning dialogue, and understanding the barriers that persons with disabilities, especially students in higher institutions of learning, go through. What Dennis has shared is just one of those challenges, but there are yet so many challenges that students with disabilities go through. And many of the challenges are rooted within the systems that we have, the policies that are not very inclusive, and many are actually policies given through lip service and not implemented in practice. As an organization, we are interested in seeing that we transform the policies into practice and ensuring that what we see on ground speaks to what is written in the policies. That's how we are going to see inclusive education in high institutions of learning achieved. We know that in Uganda and in the East African region, different actors are fighting to achieve goal number 4 on quality education under the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is only possible when we come together to strategize on how to be more innovative in delivering the services to students with disabilities in the higher institutions of learning. I would like to appreciate all our partners who came in to join NODIPU and Kyambogo University to see that today we are here to speak inclusive education in higher institutions of learning. We know that a lot has already been achieved, but the journey is not yet done. There's still more that we need to think about, especially in the technology advancements that are ongoing and the different disabilities that are emerging and the different needs that we need to think about when it comes to the pedagogy in institutions. To all participants, we want to appreciate you for being part of this conference, and your presence means a lot to us. We believe that from the conference today, we are going to begin our networking on how to come up with policies that are workable, programs that ensure education of learners with disabilities at the different levels. As I end, Honorable Minister, our ears remain on the ground as persons with disabilities and advocates of inclusive education regarding our inclusive education policy. We know it has stayed in cabinet for a while, and we are still hopeful that sooner than later, one day we shall get the news that finally this policy has been approved. Because without the policy, all that we are advocating for in Uganda regarding inclusive education will always remain as a wish, but not as a reality. So I want to wish all of us very successful deliberations today, and I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Union for Disabled Persons of Uganda, NODIPU, the national umbrella organization that brings together all organizations of persons with disabilities. Brilliant speech, Ms. Esther Chozira. I'll simply pick out your final remark to the Honorable Minister to the effect that our ears are on ground awaiting government response to implement our policy on education. Among other things, Honorable Minister, is our request, which met government commitment to the effect that government would increase the number of students with disabilities attaining higher education from a government sponsorship of currently 60 to 320. We know that government has committed to this cause 3 years ago, Honorable Minister, but it is yet to be actualized. I hope that you will speak a word or two about the same, because there are many students with disabilities in the trenches of the countryside who wish to attain a meaningful education, and as a form of affirmative action of government, it is prudent, it is our prayer, Honorable Minister, that this sees the day of light. And like Esther said, our ears are on ground to the same. Thank you. And now allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our next speaker this morning, and that is a gentleman in a blue suit. He is passionate about issues of persons with disabilities. He is a former aspirant out of his passion to represent people with disability. He aspired to be a member of parliament for persons with disabilities. I hope he will aspire again for the same. But in today's capacity, ladies and gentlemen, he is the country director for the Norwegian Association for the Disabled. He is here with his team. He is leading a team of our biggest sponsor, like our dean mentioned. They are our biggest sponsor for this conference, having injected hundreds of millions into it. He prefers to be called Omuntu wa Wansi. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Edson Jirabakunzi to speak to us this morning.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, the members of Parliament present in this meeting, the Vice Chancellors in this space, the heads of departments of ministries and the agencies of government, my colleagues from the disability movement, my colleagues from the development partners present, various speakers from various countries, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I always mention my name towards the end. I am happy my colleague has mentioned my name because it has all the letters of the alphabet, and I will tell you what it means when it comes to disability issues. And the business to do is naming our children names that mean a lot to us in our lives. When we grow up, it has a lot of meaning. However, allow me start the chief guest by bringing to this space who is Norwegian Association of Disabled in Uganda. NAD is a registered organization in Oslo. It's an NGO in Oslo, Norway. It was registered in 1931 and has been working on disability issues in Oslo, but at the same time, it came to Uganda to support disability work in Uganda as early as the 1990s. For those of us who are here, NAD is very strong in the spaces of government. It has worked strongly with government agencies, as I will highlight. However, we do believe that NAD has a historical mission in this country to support disability programming and disability rights work in this country. Honorable Minister, we have collaborated with government ministries for some time now. As early as the 1990s, Honorable Minister, we were working with the Ministry then of Gender and supporting this CBR program. For those of us who know CBR program, this was a huge program that NAD put in resources to ensure that persons with disabilities are mobilized at community level and that the community structures do recognize and support the rights and the needs of persons with disabilities at that space. So we are not new in the disability area and disability space as NAD is concerned, as far as NAD is concerned. Honourable Minister, we have also tried to ensure that we support the ministries, including the Ministry of Education. We did support the first National Inclusive Education Symposium, where a lot of recommendations came in space. We also supported the second one. And Honourable Minister, this is the third one now, targeting universities. Our work, therefore, Honourable Minister, is to promote full participation of persons with disabilities in Uganda's development process. And we do believe that working as a tripartite, working with government, working with disability movement, working with Ministry of Civil Society, but also working with each and every one of us in this meeting makes disability movement and disability work tick in the country. So our strategic philosophy, Honourable Minister, is to have an effort whereby my colleagues have spoken to some of these issues. We engage, dialogue, and discuss on disability inclusion in all government policies and programs. Why? Because we believe it is more sustainable. So our contribution, Honourable Minister, is quite vivid, it's very humble, but we share the same historical mission with your government of promoting the rights of persons with disabilities that is enshrined in the Constitution. Moving forward, Honourable Minister, for the past 4 years, and why we came to this conference and be partners, NAD Uganda has been actively supporting inclusive education program in this country. And the goal was to ensure that learners with disabilities not only enroll in schools, but remain in the school until they complete their levels of education. However, our support and working with our partners has been largely at primary and secondary level. And that's how you find us in this space. When we were approached by Kyambogo University, Honourable Minister, already even in our work we had detected the graduates from primary then to secondary would then from secondary to go to tertiary institutions. So the work we are doing with our partners of educating, training teachers on the needs, learning needs of children with disabilities in the primary schools was very essential that then when they graduate to universities, the university lecturers like my colleagues who are in this meeting and others would be able and prepared to take on persons with disabilities who are joining these universities. I therefore, on behalf of NAD and my colleagues in this space who share the same vision and goals, strategically believe it is crucial to involve other tertiary institutions and universities on this journey of disability inclusion. It is very paramount, and the one who is speaking to you became disabled or a person with disability at the age of 4 years. So I was in primary, maybe not yet, maybe in the kindergarten, but in all the spaces some of us went through, we are not quite easy to access education. And for those who don't know where I come from, it's 520 kilometers to come to only one university by that time, which was Makerere University. So it was not easy. Both the distance to go to university, but also the environment in schools where we are was not easy for us with our disabilities to navigate. At some stage, when I was minister, I was being picked by my aunt at the back and would take me to class to go to school. And by lunchtime, she picks me back, takes me back home after the school. So what does it mean? It has issues to do with the gender dimension, there are a lot of issues surrounding us. She forgets and leaves her work to go to the garden and dig and bring food on the table. But again, she's the same lady taking me to go to a classroom. So disability issues have been unpacked in this meeting. I don't want to go into the details, but that's why I'm saying that we need this kind of debate and dialogue to be able to ensure that our children and the students, when they finish their secondary level of education, find a disability inclusive and sensitive tertiary institution and university environment in Uganda. Honourable Minister, as I conclude, we do commit as NAD to continue on this journey with you and your ministry to support this kind of initiatives with our colleagues to ensure that disability movement, the children with disabilities, students are enabled to go to school. Why? Because, as I said, we share the same historical mission with government to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are enjoyed by each and everybody of us. Thank you so much. We see a possibility, and it is very possible, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nad, for your support, for your presentation, and most especially for your continued advancing disability rights, getting back over years, and of course your continued collaboration with government ministries, departments, agencies, civil society, organizations, and of course the broader disability movement. We are not going to take more time. We will have to receive the communication from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Erika Tumuka-Ratshaya, and then from there he will invite our Chief Guest, Professor, you're very welcome.
Chief Guest, the Minister of Education and Sports, represented by the Minister of State for Higher Education, Honorable Miengo. Your system, the other name is normally a difficult one. My colleagues, the Vice Chancellors who are here, Vice Chancellor of Gulu University and the Vice Chancellor of the Mutesa Royal University, Mutesa 1 Royal University, you are most welcome. The heads of ministries, departments, and agencies who are here, the heads of disabled people's organizations, they have all been enumerated. I will not repeat, but I want to pick out one or two. NAD. Yesterday at dinner I was cautioned to pronounce them correctly because I was mistaking them with the NADs. And they said, no, it is NAD, the Norwegian Association for Disabled. So thank you very much. And then NODIPO, and many other organizations for people with disabilities which have been enumerated here. The representatives of our partners and sponsors, I note that there are very many people, organizations that sponsor different people with disabilities in the university, and people have sponsored this conference to make it possible. Again, NAD has been mentioned that they came out and gave us a hefty support, and also Kyambogo University supported the conference to make it possible. The keynote speakers and presenters who have been introduced, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all to Kyambogo University, and for all of you who are coming here for the first time, you are most welcome. Honorable Minister, allow me to thank you on a personal note for always agreeing to come and officiate at functions in Kyambogo, because Kyambogo University is very passionate to you. You take it as your institution, and you are always willing to come and be part of our discussions. We are with you now, but we will be with you again at graduation, because we know you'll come back to officiate at that function. My role today is a very simple one, is to welcome the minister. But before that, I want to thank the organizing committee members, those who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this conference takes place. Yesterday, we had a press briefing at the media center where we talked a lot of things about disability and what the university is doing. And yesterday also, we had a dinner in the evening, also supported by NAD, for which we are very grateful, and other organizations. And we also talked a lot about what the university is doing in the area of disability. And then today we have this conference going on up tomorrow. I want to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation and his colleagues who reached out to all of you to invite you to come and be part of this discussion. As a university, we decentralized management of faculties and schools. So each faculty and school is responsible for the finances, the teaching programs, and administration of the faculty. So the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation is responsible for running the faculty under the dean, working with the heads of departments who have been highlighted here to ensure that their programs are run and to bring to the attention of management those issues that they need to be aware of. I'm told in the last 2 days there was a budget conference, and I'm sure the dean was able to present his financial requirements for consideration in the next budget. Honorable Minister, the faculty gives a number of programs, certificates, diplomas, bachelors, masters, and they now have a PhD program. I want to congratulate them for that development, for that growth over the years. Honorable Minister, the university hosts 241 students with various levels of disability, different levels, some mild, others very severe. And the university, in doing that, came up with a policy. I think it was the only university that has a disability policy to support people with disabilities. This policy was enacted in 2014, and it is now due for review. So I want to urge the Dean of the faculty, working together with the Disability Support Center, to come up with areas that need review in that policy for us to serve people with disabilities better. We also came up with a Disability Resource Center, which is headed by the gentleman here. And that center assesses different levels of disability that the students may have, and then recommends to management to be able to address those issues. So the faculty is doing well. The university is committed to continuing supporting people with disabilities, because we have come to believe that if they are supported, I heard somebody talking of reasonable accommodation. This is a new term which has been coined. Because for us, when we talk of accommodation, we think of sleeping. But we have been educated that reasonable accommodation is to provide facilities and the environment which supports people with disabilities to be able to access higher education. And I think the university will continue doing that to ensure that people with disabilities, like the gentleman who has just been talking here, can access higher education and improve the conditions of their life going forward. We have been supporting a number of students. At dinner yesterday, I mentioned that there was a student whom we supported. Student has no arms, so he writes with his foot. He puts the pen between the toes of his foot and writes. And Honorable Minister, if you see the handwriting of that person, it is better than some of ours who have both arms. So when these people are supported, they can develop. And I'm told that boy did a certificate, he did a diploma, and he has done a bachelor's degree. and now wants to register for a master's degree. And we shall continue supporting him. Another experience I had was we had an end of year party. And we, of course, dance as usual. We were dancing. We have a member called Dr. Rutaro. When we started dancing, Rutaro came on the stage and danced so well. I was intrigued. I went to him, I said, but Rutaro, are you deaf? He assured me he was deaf. But then I said, how do you dance to the tunes of the music and you are dancing better than us? That's when he told me that he gets the tones, do you call it the vibes or what? The beats, he gets them from the ground. Because God is a very amazing human. I don't want to call him a human being. God is very amazing. When one sense is diminished, other senses are enhanced. So these people can, with support, they can live a better life. At dinner yesterday, Honorable Minister, I talked to them. We have so many students who are deaf in the university. And at one time, I think they felt their dean was not attending to them. So they wanted to come and speak to the Vice Chancellor. So I received 9 of them in my office. What surprised me, they did not come with interpreters. I asked them, why are your interpreters? They said, we don't want them. I said, why don't you want them? They told me, we don't know what they tell you. So we want to be the ones to tell you what we want to tell you, not the interpreters. So the Honorable Minister asked them, then how is this meeting going to take place? Because I don't know how to communicate to you. So they told me, they came with about half a ream of paper. And they said, we are going to write questions and you write answers. Then I asked them, how long is this meeting? They said, don't worry, we are here. Today you gave us an appointment, so we are going to talk to you. So we started the meeting. They write a question, I write answers. Another one comes. So we had a meeting of about 3 hours. So with the understanding these people, the university is really committed to listen to their issues and support them. But Honorable Minister, as the gentleman said, people with disabilities need a lot more support to be able to access education compared to people who don't have disability. And I would like to request you in your cabinet meetings to highlight the needs of these people so that the government can give us more support. Because Kyambogo University is the leader in provision of higher education to people with disabilities. And as the gentleman said, when these people go to other universities, they are told, go to Kyambogo. Kyambogo is the one who can manage you. So we'll request the government to come in and give us support. Lastly, thank you the sponsors who have been mentioned. Thank you members of the organizing committee. Thank you, Dean and your team. And thank you the performing arts. These people were dancing very, very well here. You know, yesterday I was talking to the head of Nudipu. And then she said I was lost. I said, where did you hope to find me? He said, I don't see you, I only see you on TV. So now that she's here, we are going to interact much more. And I told her that in her work of activism, let them push for government support to people with disabilities in higher education institutions. Because as the gentleman said, maybe the concern has been on primary and secondary schools. But when they finish secondary education, they go to tertiary institutions and finally end up in universities. So I asked her to continue pushing for that support. And I'm sure our government, under the able leadership of the Excellency President Museveni, they will listen and they will give us the support. Honorable Minister, lastly, I want to thank you for coming and convey our best regards. The full minister who asked you to come, and convey our regards also to His Excellency the President who is the visitor of this university. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. I was about to invite the minister to come and give his remarks, but I've been informed that we have received a commissioner in charge of disability in the ministry, representing the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education. I would like to give her an opportunity to say something and then invite the minister. She's the permanent secretary now, so she will invite the minister to give his remarks. Madam Yesiga Sarah Jane. Thank you.
God is good, and all the time. Wow, glory be to God. Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education, allow me to observe and honor the protocol. Because of time, I may not really say out all the protocol, but I do observe the protocol and honor you in whichever position you have or you own. Thank you for coming. I want to start by introducing myself. Sarah Ayesiga is my spoken name, and this is my sign name, for those of you who can see. For those of you who cannot see, my sign name is a creation or an innovation between the thumb and the index finger. You bring it near the eye, you leave a small space, and that one depicts the small eyes I have. I have small eyes. For those of you who cannot see, I'm trying to be inclusive. And I am putting on a navy blue, donned with some white and purple flowers. I am a little bit short, but medium, I think, and I think dark, between white and black. So that's me, and I work as an assistant commissioner in charge of inclusive education and non-formal education in the Ministry of Education and Sports, Department of Special Needs and Inclusive Education. Honorable Minister, I am very delighted that I'm here. You have seen me walking like feeling heavy. I'm having two coats on me. I have the coat for the commissioner in charge of special needs and inclusive education, my Sarah Kiboli, who is our head of department, who has not been able to be here because of another serious engagement which wouldn't allow her to be here, but tomorrow she will be around. And if she's given a chance, she will say something she wants to say. Sarah was delegated by the permanent secretary to represent her because the permanent secretary is currently out of the country on an official engagement. Therefore, when Sarah also got the other urgent circumstance which stopped her to come, she gave me also the court for the PS. So as I stand here, I am very privileged. Once in a while, you never know. So I am standing here holding two courts, but of course, I have combined together the views of the commissioner and the permanent secretary together, and I don't have a written speech from either of them, but I know what I will say will be what they would have wished to say. Honorable Minister, I want to welcome you here. I want to join the others to welcome you and to
thank you so much for always being there for special needs generally and for the disability fraternity. I know many times we have been together even at Parliament, and you have been there standing for us and saying, you people, pleading with the other colleagues of yours until when they get to understand. Sometimes we sit back and say, the man is being questioned and as if. So we really appreciate and we thank you so much for always being there for us and for the disability fraternity. God bless you. It gives me much honor also to say that we are very, very much happy about what is happening now. This is a memorable event in Uganda, in East Africa, and Africa as a whole. The convener told you that interventions have been done, especially at the lower levels, primary, secondary, but we have been staggering with higher education. And it's really an issue and a critical issue, and especially in the recent times. When we were discussing the lower secondary curriculum, you are all aware we have revised the lower secondary curriculum. But when we were doing that revision, issues came up, including when we were with our parliamentary committee, that we are leveling, we are trying to say, but why the transition? These children are going to go to the university after the A-level. We know we are now still working on the A-level curriculum, trying to really also revise it, reform it, to follow into the competence-based pedagogy. But the issues came up and said, have we prepared where these students are going after the senior 6? Have we prepared there? And therefore it even came so pertinent when it came to talking about students with disabilities. After senior 6, who is there, who is going to receive them? Many of them have come. Actually, almost every week we get many of these students who are going into university coming to the department to ask us. Some of them come, I'm going to university, I am deaf, and what ministry, what are you offering? I know one of the strategies, one of the effort that we have done through government is emoluments that they give to the students. We do also say among that they could be able to support these students with the sign language interpreters, with the sighted guides, with the emenosis, but it is not enough. That's why I'm saying glory be to God. Somebody who came here to lead us in prayer talked about Exodus, the movement, the rescue of God's people. And Moses was skeptical and was saying, God, who am I? I am tongue-tied. Am I the one who is going to say those words on your behalf to your people? God said, yes, you have to. Here we are still in a movement. I always tell people whom I address that we are building our plane as we fly it. We are building our plane as we fly it. If you look back for those people who were here when disability was being, we were having the doors being opened to say, but why? Why should we keep on them segregated? We must support them. We must empower them. Once you leave them behind, therefore you are always going to be pulled back. The best is to empower them and they move also together. They become independent. If we look back where we started, it's really a long way. And I'm saying thanks be to God that we are moving. If we can sit here as East Africa, We have our sisters from our East African countries. Let me say Africa, because we have Ghana here, we have Zimbabwe, we have South Africa. But when we sit here deliberately to discuss disability inclusion at that higher level, then it will give us at least an understanding and opening. Even the other strategies that we are putting on ground will help us to formulate, to see. It is not only at the lower level. These people, we are not educating, we are not training them to end somewhere. They have to be like everybody, wherever the highest level of education where everyone is really striving to reach, they must be there, and therefore the way must be prepared. The universities that are here, you are really very welcome, and we know why the convener selected you. I was a part of the organizing committee, and we said, whom do we bring forward to talk about this? It was because at your university that, yes, something is happening. We want to share that. How do we prepare ourselves? So I don't want to take much time because the time is not there, but I'm very happy, and we are saying, as a Minister of Education, we have also moved a long way. We are looking at the policies. Somebody has talked about the Executive Director, Nudipu, because we have worked together with others. The policy, and I know the Minister will talk about it, the struggles, of course we have been together. We have been with him and all the other ministers of state to defend, to make things clearer for people. And we want to assure you, even Mama is very passionate, but we know we shall be there. So the policy is being worked on. Government has also, the affirmative action has been talked about, and we are striving through the pro rata system to reach the 320 from the 64. It has already been discussed at some level. I know the minister will have to say something about it, because we have been together, and we are saying, we are pleading to government to actually increase, because the numbers have increased. We cannot stay on 64. No, we have to really increase the numbers of these students. As I end, I know the challenges are there, and those are the ones we are going to discuss here. The limited funding, the inadequate trained lecturers or instructors, the tutors, then the specialized materials, the negative attitude. The worst monster is the negative attitude. You know, you can have the money, you can have everything, but once the mindset is still there, people will spend this money. At one time, somebody asked us, my colleagues were here, we were discussing in a certain forum, and then somebody said, but special needs education. You were saying we give you all this money, we add money there. What are these people going to do? What are they going to do? Swali, why can't they stay home and the parents feed? We can just give some of them subsidy or something to the caregivers. Then you said, what? The colleagues were there, we also said what we would say that time, and I don't want to say it now. But we are there, and the negative attitude is still there, but I know we shall overcome, and we shall proportionally, I know we have discussed it, increase the number of students accessing. Honorable Minister, I want to again welcome you, but I won't leave this platform without appreciating NAD and all other partners for the support that you have given to make sure that this inclusive education in higher education, in higher institutions to take place. Thank you very much for being there for us, and we really thank you. And I want to thank people who are differently abled. You know, we are here because you are. And we want to thank you and thank God for the thick and thin that you have gone through. It is not easy. Me, I cannot tell you that I do understand it. I don't understand it better than you. You know where you have come from. And being here, discussing this and making sure that we are trying to level that platform is an achievement. Thank you for being here, and thank God for whatever God has done. And please keep the resilience. Thanks be to God. I've said all this on behalf of the Commissioner, Special Needs Education, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, and for God and my country. Yes, I have been given another honor. Thanks be to God, to invite the Honorable Minister of State, who is our chief guest, to come and deliver his speech on behalf of Mama, because he's also carrying something heavy on him. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You are welcome to deliver your speech to this congregation.
Thank you very much, Sarah. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, here represented by the Commissioner, as you heard her introduce herself. The Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University and the other Vice Chancellors here present. I can see my brothers this side. Representatives of ministries, departments, agencies, representatives of government, of civil society, leaders of organization of persons with a disability, the keynote speaker, and the participants from East Africa and beyond, persons with disabilities for whom this conference is all about, our conference sponsors, organizers, the entire members of the disability fraternity gathered here today, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm feeling extremely happy to join you this morning and afternoon and share what we have been sharing. I think if there's anybody who is benefiting from this conference, it's your minister who is benefiting much more than before. For sure, I've been almost every day, I talk about inclusive education, inclusive. I talk about disability, I talk about your policies, but I'd never appreciated the need to put in time and money in these activities, as I have done today. So I want to thank you for inviting my First Lady and Minister of Education, whom I represent. Thank you very much for the good messages I've received, and I'm going to share with them when I get back home. Thank you for the entertainment. Oh, it was beautiful. I loved it. I hope our colleagues from out Uganda did enjoy. You'll give them another dose. For sure, I'm going back more armed to defend your activities and that policy than it was before. I've understood exactly much more what all-inclusive education means. I wish we can have many more conferences like this one in the future. I would want to have a conference where all the ministers, cabinet ministers, become part of this. Other politicians. Oh, thanks be to God. Of course, I delivered the very warm and prayerful greetings from the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, who is unable to personally preside over this function due to other prior scheduled commitments. It is with a great honor for me to preside over such a unique and innovative conference that brings together East African in one place to discuss issues of deepening inclusive education in our education institutions. I want to congratulate Kyambogo University, the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation in particular, for their unique initiative. This conference theme, Universities of All and for All, aligns perfectly well with the SDGs principle of leave no one behind. By ratifying the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, Uganda committed to ensure an inclusive education at all levels of education. Today we are talking more about higher education, but I think we need to cover everybody from down nursery up to the end. As I talk now, our students are supposed to be in schools, but there are many younger people who are supposed to be in primary, secondary. They are nowhere. The parents lock them in the house and they go to work. I appreciated your, we need to support you. We need to support this much more than before. So Uganda is one of the countries in Africa that's globally accredited for undertaking both legislative and pragmatic measures to protect and promote disability rights and the full and effective inclusion of persons with disability in all domains of society, including but not limited to education, politics, economy, culture, technology, sports, recreation, healthcare, just to mention but a few. Uganda's commitment to disability inclusion in education dates back to the 1970s, when a Department of Special Needs was established in the Ministry of Education, so long ago. 2 decades later, the NRM government adopted the White Paper on Education, which officially committed government to take full responsibility of the education of persons with disability in special schools and units. I loved that point of not having special schools. I loved that, by the way. I was asking myself, where is a special community where these people will be staying? Have you ever asked yourselves? And I'm going to be your advocate. Yes, because in 1997, when we introduced universal primary education, at a time when UPE was limited to only 4 children per household, the government of Uganda made sure that the child with a disability along with the girl child were given a top priority to be enrolled in UPE schools. This policy decision heralded a new era in which many children with disability who were previously out of school entered school for the first time. This government has done a lot, and I think you appreciate people. Do you? We introduced universal secondary education in 2007, of course, to ensure there is continuity and the inter-cycle transition from primary to secondary. Secondary, bonna basome. Primary, bonna basome. And we are saying at the university and other tertiary school level, bonna basome. Everybody, including people with disabilities. Uganda's commitment to disability inclusive education does not stop with primary secondary education. We have undertaken several policy measures to open up the gates of universities to persons with disabilities. The gates are wide open now. In 1988 and 1996, respectively, the government of Uganda entered into agreements with UNESCO and Danida to strengthen teacher education in the field of special education, rehabilitation, and disability inclusion generally. The former Uganda National Institute of Special Education, UNISE, which is now a faculty under Kyambogo University, was established as a result of Uganda's bilateral agreement with the government of Denmark to provide specialists training of personnel in disability inclusion field, cutting-edge research and technical assistance services to stakeholders. When we introduced higher education student financing loan scheme, persons with disabilities are among the priority targeted groups who benefit from the scheme to enable them access higher education. I think for those who are coming from outside, you may not have heard about our student loan scheme. For all other categories to benefit from the scheme currently, you need to have done science-related programs, math science-related programs. But for people with a disability, there are no such conditions, and many more will benefit from that scheme as we go along. Government is also working on the National Inclusive Education Policy that has been talked about. This policy will guide the implementation of inclusive education at all levels, from the education right from pre-primary to universities. This policy has gone very far. It's before Cabinet for consideration, and very soon it will be passed. Good, that's very encouraging. I'm going to fight and make sure that it comes out in the shortest time possible. I'm happy to note that in addition to mainstreaming government scholarships arrangements, such as the quota scholarships, national merits, state house scholarships that persons with disabilities are equally entitled to, Uganda has been providing a standalone disability scholarship scheme, which they talked about, for 64 students with a disability in public universities since 2002. All this is to show you the efforts of government to support people with a disability. This means that in the last 22 years, over 1,480 persons with different disabilities have received an affirmative action scholarship to study in public universities. Moreover, we have realized that 64 scholarship slots are extremely few compared with the demand by the persons with the disability who qualify for it but do not get it. To address this demand, the government of Uganda, during the second Global Disability Summit 2022, pledged to increase the disability scholarship scheme from 64 to 320 by 2025 in a phased manner. I was surprised to find that this thing was not implemented. And I therefore wish to implore the management of Kyambogo University, I'm talking about the professor seated next to me, through the Ministry of Education and Sports, please follow up this commitment and ensure that the government fulfills its pledge before the next global summit in 2025. And I'm sure Professor has heard. Please give him a very loud hand clap. He's going to follow up, he's going to follow me, and I'm sure the good results will come. As I conclude my remarks, I would like in a special way to applaud the following organizations that contributed generously to make this conference a resounding success. One is the Norwegian Association of Disabled, NADS. Thank you very much for what you have done before and what you continue to do. Thank you for sponsoring this conference. Two, National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, NUDIPO. Thank you so much, Madam. Three, Uganda Society for Disabled Children. Thank you very much. Forum for Africa Women Educationists, Uganda chapter. Sense International. Our university, Mutesa One Royal University. I'm told, and I heard people talk here, they invited many, they communicated to many. It was only Mutesa that responded in financial terms. Uganda National Association of the Physically Disabled, Spina Bifida Feeder, and the Hydrocephalus Association of Uganda. Last but not least, I expect the next conference to be a time for reporting progress. You are going to talk a lot of words, make a lot of words, a lot of talking, know that next conference I'll be there. I want to see action taken. Why don't I stop here, ladies and gentlemen, and you allow me, using the powers bestowed upon me as a minister by the Constitution of this country, declare the first East African Conference on Disability Inclusive Higher Education finally, officially opened. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest would like you to perform 2 more tasks. We have some awards, our dear chief guest, that would like you to present to 2 people. The dean, please check that. We have some awards that we'd like to give to some people for their outstanding contribution to this conference.
So, thank you. Just to mention, so guest of honor, as part of energizing those who work hard, those who commit resources, thought, time, this conference will be annually recognizing both individuals and organizations. It is our humblest way to say thank you. So for this inaugural conference, we are going to recognize the work of NAD as an organization, and also we have an individual recognition. Why are we recognizing NAD? NAD has been with the faculty historically from the beginning. NAD provided scholarship for people to study community-based rehabilitation. Are you happy for NAD? NAD also gave us an extension of lecture blocks. Where the NAD stopped, NAD extended. So they contributed to construction of what is now the faculty. NAD has been giving big support to inclusion. The last 3 symposia were heavily funded by NAD, and this one is heavily funded by NAD. There is no way we could remember NAD as a faculty than by giving a simple recognition award, which I would request the Vice Chancellor to present to the Minister for the Country Director of NAD to receive. This is an individual award. We call it Inclusive Education Champion Award, which is given to also a NAD staff who has committed a lot of time and skill to championing inclusive education, not just in Uganda, but in the region. That is Maureen Kekirunga. And I'm sure many of you who know her agree with this award. Then this is a gift for the minister. Last but not least, we have a journal which we are launching as a faculty. Okay. All right. So we have a journal. Can I have? We are launching a journal called East African Journal of Disability and Inclusion. We want to start publishing research evidence from the sub-region and would like the minister to launch it, please. Okay. Hold it and paste it.
Uganda, the people and government of Uganda, I'm going to launch this, but that means you are going to rate. You must carry out research, isn't it? I'm not going to do it just for the sake, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, our chief guest, Honorable Minister, for officially opening our conference, for accepting to give these awards to outstanding contributors, and for launching the East African Journal of Special Needs Education. Without taking much time, chief guest, allow me to invite the first keynote by Professor, I don't know whether I will mention it very well, let me try, Professor Tsitsi Chataika. If it's not, please forgive me. You are very welcome, Professor, for the keynote address.
Good afternoon. I am not Tsitsi. Tsitsi is coming. My name is Femke Mbazi. I head the Disability Research Group at the Medical Research Council and Uganda Virus Research Institute, and I'm affiliated to the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And I'm very happy to be here today and to be able to introduce Tsitsi. The first time I met Tsitsi was through her paper. That was in 2013 when I was doing my PhD and I was looking for a model that looked at African childhood disability studies, because all the models were coming from the global north and there was nothing about Africa. And Tsitsi had written a paper together with Julie Mackenzie about how we use philosophy like Ubuntu or Ubuntu Bulamu in Uganda, how we can use African ways of including people with disabilities, how we look at families, how we look at poverty. So I'm very happy that she's here today with us. And I'm also very grateful for the organizers, especially for Dr. Patrick, who we've worked with for many years, and also Nad and Nudipu to be invited. Thank you. So Tsitsi
is an associate professor of inclusive education and disability inclusion in the Department of Education Foundations at the University of Zimbabwe. And she's also an innovation manager at the Faculty of Education. And she's a visiting associate professor at the University of Sheffield, as well as the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. She's also United Nations Disability Expert Panel Team member and sits in various international boards as a disability and inclusive education expert. Tsitsi has conducted research and consultancy work in several African countries, Malaysia and the United Kingdom. And she advocates for inclusive education and disability inclusion so that no one is left behind. Her research interests revolve around disability and how it intersects with education, childhood studies, programming, and more. And her many publications include the 2019 Outstanding Global Taylor and Francis Award winner in the social sciences, the Routledge Handbook of Disability Activism. Let us welcome Tsitsi. Thank you.
Is it good morning, good afternoon? Good afternoon. Minister say, I'm humbled by your humility, and I wish all politicians could be like you. Thank you so much for your humility. And Vice Chancellors and all protocol observed. There's a crisis here because I gave one of the officials to charge my laptop, and it seems it has gotten some wings, so they're trying to find out where the laptop is. So please, if anyone is close to a laptop, Lenovo with a CBM logo, please can you bring it in front? It's needed urgently. So we just hope it's going to be found. Whilst we are waiting for the laptop, that's the one, yes. Thank you. Okay. As we have heard, I'm from the University of Zimbabwe, but at the moment I'm on leave of absence for the next 5 years, starting last year. I'm seconded with to CBM Global Disability Inclusion as their disability inclusion advisor. So that's where I'm currently working, though of course I'm still part of the University of Zimbabwe because I did not retire. So I'm just trying to put my pin so that I can, okay. So today, I bring fraternal greetings from Zimbabwe, and Uganda is my second home, by the way, Minister. I know most of the places better than some Ugandans here. I've been to Chivoga, I've been to Masaka, I've been to Gulu, I've been to Jinja, I've been to Mbalala, and I'm so happy. So next time when I come, Minister, make sure I get some land so that I become a permanent resident here. Okay. So what I'm going to talk about today, the dean approached me and I gladly said yes because Uganda is my second home. I'm going to talk about decolonizing inclusive education, the role of African academia in shaping disability inclusive higher education. And I'm happy previous speakers, including the minister, have already talked some of the issues that are very pertinent to this discussion. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk about the agents of decolonization in higher education, colonial legacies in higher education, and their impact on disability inclusion. I'm also going to talk about some case studies of successful models in brief, and then I look at the challenges in higher education action points. So we are not only going to look at challenges, but what is it that we can do And I believe conferences are not just places to talk about issues, but also to take action so that we can remove some of these barriers. And then I'm also going to talk about transformative potential of African academia in disability inclusive education. And finally, a call for action for universities in East Africa and obviously the whole region, Africa at large. So basically that's what my presentation will be looking like. Okay. I have too many documents, so yeah. Okay. Just hold on. That's part of being inclusive, is it? You can, just a second. Okay. Okay. So as we gather here today, I'm glad this is the first ever East African Conference on Disability Inclusive Higher Education, an area which has been lagging behind because most of the inclusion issues were starting from primary up to secondary, as if persons with disabilities should only be educated up to secondary school level. But here we are talking of higher education, and I'm glad people who matter most are here. I'm actually, don't tell the First Lady, by the way, but I'm happy that the Minister of Higher Education is here, because he is the one who is going to take our issues and then make some differences in terms of their education. And I like the conference theme, which looks at universities for all, universities of all and for all, innovative and transformative strategies for disability inclusion in higher education. And it resonates deeply with the urgent need for transformative change in our institutions. And at the heart of decolonization is the necessity to dismantle any barriers or exclusive practices that are embedded within the colonial legacies. And we know that during the colonial legacy, like for example, in my country, when I was born in a city called Kadoma. I've seen Kadoma in Masaka, somewhere there, I can't remember. And in that school, in that community or city of 68,000 people, there was only one secondary school for black people. And one secondary school for white people. And white people constituted 4% of the entire population of that country. So 96 people were supposed to attend one secondary school. I cannot even imagine. And these are the challenges that we are still meeting when it comes to disability inclusion. We have had experiences where my brother went to 8 universities. What happened? He was turned away. I did my research when I was doing my master's. I sent to various universities in my country, and one of the questionnaires signed by the dean of a university, he wrote, "Can you please redirect this questionnaire to the University of Zimbabwe where they do disability? We don't do disability here." So this is across Africa. It's not just in Uganda. But the good thing is, the following year I met this dean of students, and I asked him, how come he responded that way? And I started explaining to him, and he was so remorseful. And the following year, that university established a disability support center, and they started enrolling students with disabilities. So our research can make an impact to people if we target the right people to make a difference. So focusing on agents of decolonization in higher education. As we are pursuing inclusive education, there's need to decolonize existing frameworks and policies in more apparent than ever, particularly when it comes to disability inclusion. In this presentation, we are looking at the intersection of decolonization and disability inclusive education. And we are looking at the African academia, who is supposed to drive the transformative agenda. And as African academia, are we driving that agenda, or we are just cutting and pasting existing frameworks that are not in tandem or in line with our African values, our African principles as African people? So this transformation must address the exclusionary practices rooted in colonial legacies that continue to marginalize students with disabilities. And universities in East Africa stand at crossroads at the moment, where they can either perpetuate these exclusionary systems or take a bold step towards creating equitable and accessible education for all students, regardless of ability. And I'm quite happy, Minister, when you say not many people have the audacity to say, I didn't know about this. And our minister rightfully said that. And he said, from today, I'm going to take this issue seriously. Why? Because he now understands what it means to be inclusive. And thank you, Minister, for that. And I'm also going to follow up to see what's happening with regards to the progress of the policy. That I assure you. Because in 2009, I was here in Uganda working on a project, African Policy and Disability and Development, when you were finalizing the National Development Plan for 2010. And together with NUDIPU, we actually influenced the inclusion of disability issues in the National Development Plan. And they gave us that. And for the first time, it was very clear in that plan because we challenged it. And we went to the right people. And the reason why they were not included, let me tell you, NUDIPU and other organizations here, when we are given an opportunity by the government to package our information, let's package it in such a way that even your grandmother can understand what you are talking about. Don't make it too complicated. Don't make it too long. Policymakers have no time to read big documents. So the reason why nothing was included before we came in was because they did not understand the 20-page document that was submitted to them. So never write a 20-page document. 2 to 5 pages is enough to argue your case clearly, and we need to do that, and that is possible. And above all, we need to make sure that whatever we do, we do what I call, we should not do, what is the word now? Non-confrontational activism. If you do confrontational activism, policymakers, they create a wall because they are trying to attack. But if you level the ground and you talk, people can understand. And that's why we managed to influence that, because I went to the chairperson of the NDP and discussed with her, and she showed me the document, and I showed her the gaps, and she gave us an opportunity to go through the document. And the whole night we are working with on the document with NUDIPU and ADD, and our results were taken seriously. So this is the kind of activism that we are looking for. And if we look at colonial legacy in higher education and their impact on disability, we really need to take it seriously. And we need to understand why decolonization is crucial. We must first examine how colonial legacies have shaped the higher education institution, particularly their attitudes, policies, and structures. And usually the way higher education system in the colonial era was organized is that when they are marking in Zimbabwe, after Form 4, you go to A level. So we have 6 years in higher school. They made sure that only 20% of the students who write will go to university. So they will change their marking system to make sure that it's skewed. Not many black people were able to go to university. And unfortunately, the system doesn't like that. You need to look at this. Look at education, then moving from students. High thinking, disability, this means moving away from youth-centric, which is an impact problem, the people saying. So we need to say, something what you can lose, it is all let's see how it fits in, we can dispute the industry so much, but the testers are even if you have a good intentions. So we really want to see and look back and establish ways that we So we really need to do a personal or self-introspective analysis. Here we are at Kyambogo. Yes, we are working on disability inclusion, but let's be truthful to ourselves. What is it that we think we can improve? Where is it? Where are we lacking as an institution? Where are we doing good as an institution? And then we start working from there. That will help us even when we come up with our strategic plans. It's easier now to know that, is it that we want to do a physical accessibility audit? Where are the places that we are able to change within our existing buildings? Where are the areas that we can make the place more accessible? So by being faithful or truthful to ourselves, we can continue growing as an institution. And all other institutions, I've been to Gulu University, I know the institution because we're working on a project together, the I'm Learning project for Save the Children. So yeah, there are a lot of things that we really need to continue discussing and talking about. And if we look at some case studies and examples of successful models, just a few across Africa. I'm trying to make sure that I finish in 30 minutes so that we don't delay the minister. So there are several examples. For example, University of Cape Town has integrated disability studies into its broader curriculum, encouraging students from the various disciplines to engage with disability inclusion, access, and equity. So it's no longer a subject that is only taught within disability studies, but across universities, so that all students have an appreciation. And Kenyatta University also has taken steps to make its campus more accessible by working closely with local communities to understand the needs of students with disabilities and implementing universal design principles. And we have also had examples from this university, all the initiatives that are doing. And where I'm coming from, the University of Zimbabwe, we have a very effective disability support services. And every year, our Vice Chancellor has a Vice Chancellor scholarship where 150 undergraduate students with disabilities are recruited every year on full scholarship by the Vice Chancellor scholarship. So you can imagine every year if you take 150 undergraduate students, this is one university. Let's think of all the universities within our country. And then government efforts. We also have the Ministry of Social Services, they also support some students again to go to university. And the Vice Chancellor's bursary, it covers tuition fees, accommodation, meals, as personal assistant, and a laptop, so that students can participate. And because of that, many persons with disabilities are now in key positions within the country, in the government and other outside the government or in the private sector. Challenges, as I'm about to finish. The challenges that we have as African academia in trying to implement disability inclusion is number one, dominance of Western-centric models, where the education frameworks often exclude African perspectives on disability, which can alienate students with disabilities from their own cultural contexts. The second one is lack of representation of African cultural contexts within the curriculum as we are teaching. What kind of literature are we using? Are we only basing on the literature that is coming from the Western countries? How much literature are we generating as African academia? And another one is dependence on Western narratives and standards. Much of the literature on disability inclusion is indicated. They are co-authored by non-African scholars or relies heavily on Western theories, frameworks, and methodologies. This dominance can overshadow African voices and perspectives. And the result is that there's no self-representation. So I think this is a challenge to our African academics to really come up with African-based models, African-based literature that can inform our policies and practice. And another issue is preference for international collaborations over local research. Most of our research that we do, I'm not saying it's better to collaborate with international collaborators, but what are we doing as Africans? To what extent are we collaborating as fellow Africans so that we can, write our stories, we can narrate our own stories. So that's another challenge that we have. And then limited capacity and training. I think we have heard that we are so limited in terms of people with the expertise to ensure that the disability inclusion is embedded in all our daily activities, and lack of institutional support and academic networks. So we really need to make sure that we develop that, we work on disability inclusion, and there are also few programs that are centered on disability studies. And I would like to thank Kyambogo Universities for all the programs that you have developed. That's really a cause for celebration at Kyambogo University. And funding and resource constraints. In most cases, when we want to do research on disability, people usually say, in our circles, they say, disability research is not sexy, so it doesn't attract money. But I think we are changing the narratives now. If you go anyway, most of the issues that are coming out, they are, okay, thank you. They're on disability. So this is the time to really work on disability research. And those who are in the mainstream, who are not directly involved in disability inclusion, most of the funders now, if you don't indicate that you are going to take cross-cutting issues into consideration, like disability, gender, safeguarding, you are unlikely going to get funding. So that's another tip. So as we go to my final section on transformative potential of African academia in disability inclusive higher education, what are we saying? Number one, these are kind of action points that can help us to improve disability inclusion in higher education in East Africa. Number one, there are only 5. Promoting indigenous knowledge systems. And here we are saying African academia, they need to play a crucial role in integrating indigenous knowledge and cultural perspective into disability inclusive education. Breaking away from Western-centric models that often dominate. And I'm not saying anything good that is coming from the West should be disburdened, but we are saying we look at those that are positive aspects and they embed them within our own cultural context. Number 2, so in order to do that, number 1, you need to conduct participatory workshops with local communities and traditional leaders to document indigenous knowledge and perceptions of disability. We need to encourage departments to include case studies and examples that reflect the cultural contexts of students from various regions in Africa. And we need to create partnerships with organizations preserving cultural heritage to ensure the curricula remain inclusive and representative of diverse African societies. And there's need to offer grants or incentives for research projects that focus on African perspective and traditional approaches to disability. Number 2, developing culturally responsive curriculum. The action points here are design inclusive education programs that incorporate African languages and culturally relevant teaching materials. That helps us. Like now, when we reviewed our curriculum at the University of Zimbabwe, now all our students, it's now mandatory for each student to take at least one local language, which is different from their own mother language. They have to study one local language and one African-based language, like Swahili, and one international language before they graduate. And then engage educators and students in the development of curriculum to ensure that it reflects the lived experiences and diverse backgrounds of East African students with disabilities. So in this case, we have NUDIPU, we have NAD, we have other organizations that are here. Let's engage them seriously the way we are engaging them now, so that they can inform their lived experiences. And we need to evaluate and update curriculum periodically to ensure that they remain aligned with changing societal and cultural dynamics within Africa. And then when it comes to conducting research with local relevance, the key points are prioritize funding for disability research projects that are specific, that have specific regional issues, such as access to inclusive education in rural areas or infrastructure barriers in urban settings. Develop research partnerships with African disability organizations to co-create studies and address the pressing needs of disability communities. And that is very important. I think for now, disability space, I've written 4 disability-specific textbooks or books. All the 4 books, what I've told myself is every time when I'm writing a book or a journal article, I make sure I have persons with disabilities as authors, not as just people where we go ask questions and then we feed into our papers. We need to develop the expertise in terms of research, and it's hard work, but it has to be done. So if there are any person with disabilities interested in writing, I'm at your disposal. Encourage African universities to host disability research conferences to showcase regional research findings, promote knowledge sharing across East Africa. And I'm glad that this is the platform, and let's continue with this kind of gathering. And we also need to create mentorship programs for early career researchers interested in disability studies to strengthen research capacity and ensure continuity. Number 4, I'm left with 1. Empowering African scholars with disabilities and advocates. I think that's what I was talking about, where we establish scholarship programs specifically for students with disabilities, so that they can also, walk through their educational and leadership journeys. And I'm glad the minister has already addressed that. They've increased the number of scholarships, and I also urge universities to do the same, and any other, funders around here that can also do that. And we might also set up a leadership and advocacy training for students with disabilities, or even academics with disabilities, so that we can prepare them for future advocates and leaders in disability inclusive education. And as I indicated earlier, more collaborations with organizations of persons with disabilities. And my final point, fostering partnership with local organizations. So we need to form partnership with local disability advocacy groups and community-based organizations to develop practical, culturally relevant training for students and staff. And we also need to establish collaborative projects between universities and local communities, and make sure that we work together in Uganda and across other African countries. And let's make sure that we regularly engage with local stakeholders to assess the effectiveness of our academic programs and adjust them based on the feedback from the community. So in conclusion, what is important here today is we need to overcome the identified barriers, and I've given some action points, and we should make sure that efforts we put more effort to increase funding, establish disability studies programs, create African-based disability journals like the one that has been launched today, and make sure that we have open access publishing and building African-led research agenda, so that we can be visible, relevant, and impactful as African academia who are also generating knowledge and making sure that we make an impact. And as I sit down, I just want to make reference to some of the books that I've written. The Routledge Handbook of Disability in Southern Africa. It's online. You can buy it. Another one is the Routledge Handbook on Disability Activism, and then the one that came out in March, the Routledge Handbook of Post-Colonial Disability Studies, and then one that is coming in December. It's a book on inclusive education, but focusing on Zimbabwe, to just see how far we have gone and what needs to be done. So I urge you all to work together, and together we can break barriers and embrace disability inclusion in higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tsitsi, for this wonderful keynote. Let's put our hands together once more for Tsitsi. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank our Honourable Minister. I apologize for breaching protocol earlier. I've lived here for 22 years and I still manage. My sincere apologies. But I'm very grateful that you have been here for all this time. I've been to many conferences and it's very rare to have a minister stay for a keynote. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsitsi. You know, with the T, I was going to mispronounce it, but I was given a correction. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going into the session of we are going to have a photo session, and it will be conducted inside the auditorium. So I'm kindly requesting ushers, come and help us remove this table, and we shall have our photo session in this order. First, I think we'll have our chief guest together with the people seated up here with him take the first photo, and then we shall have our donors, representative of our donors, yes, so our donors together with the chief guest will take the first photo, and then we shall have representatives from Kyambogo University. After that, we shall have the various delegates from around the globe or from around East Africa and Africa to come and be part of this. I've been well informed that we have people from South Africa, Ethiopia, Congo, Rwanda. So welcome everyone. And then after that we shall have a picture session with the VCs together with members of Ministry of Education. And after that we shall conclude the photo session with the organizing committee, Kyambogo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, cameraman, we are requesting you take set, and we are requesting our chief guest together with our donors to step forward.
Should we remain here?
DJ, as we have this moment, maybe we could have a little bit tender background music playing, just to entice and make the photo session quite joyous and memorial. After the photo shoot session, we'll be heading into lunch, and that session will be led on by Mr. Henry Semakula.
All kindly join that photo. Finally, let's get that last team.
Thank you very much, Kyambogo. Next, we are having our delegates. Thank you very much, Kyambogo University.
Our dear delegates.
Delegates from different parts of Africa, those from South Africa, those from Ethiopia, those from Congo, those from Rwanda.
And I see them moving very fast.
Wageni wetu wote wenye wamekutoka Afrika Mashariki, tunaomba mkuje, tunaomba
Africa and beyond.
Kwa Afrika mzima tunaomba mkuje mkue kwa hii picture yenye imepigwa sasa hivi. Kama unajua wewe si Uganda, tunakuomba ukue kwa hii picture. Asante sana kwa kukuja. Mungu awabariki.
So is that the last team, Angela?
Lastly, we are having the VCs. We have two more. So if you know you're a Vice Chancellor and a member of Ministerial of Education, you are next. Thank you very much, our delegates. Yes.
Yes, did you announce Vice Chancellors?
Yes, so we are
And I
having
see
our
the-
vice chancellors
And
from
I see,
different universities.
including Gulu University, Mutesa Wando University, and of course the host university.
We also have, I think, other universities.
Yes, and they are
So-
welcome. They are welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for representing those different mighty universities.
Okay, and may we...
Members of the Ministry of Education, you are supposed to also be part of this. But I think we shall join it together with the organizing committee. What do you think?
Okay, yes, please.
Yes.
Let's have Ministry of Education team and organizing committee, and finally, our colleagues with wheelchairs lining up in front here for the very last photo. Ministry of Education team, gladly led by the PS. I see Madame Cantono, Madame Jeruth, Madame Anne, and myself.
Oh, definitely. Thank you so much, Ministry of Education, for playing such a key role in this conference, for all the support that you have given us. Thank you very much.
And for all the participants in wheelchair, we have the last special photo moment. Kindly get over here. Kindly come over. Beautiful and handsome people don't need so many shots. Yes, let's have the final one. Let's have the final one. My sister and any other colleagues, my brother, Mr. Uma. Okay, that is the very last photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll let you handle the lunch session.
And as we just end this session, we are being ushered into the lunch moment, and we are guided that there are going to be ushers coming in here. They'll be picking on about 10 of us, and as they pick the 10, we'll pass by their table to do two things. One, to pick a coupon, but second, to also pick a bag if you didn't receive one. They'll be validating to know who received earlier and who didn't. So in case you received, you just pick a coupon and continue for lunch. But if you didn't receive, then they'll avail you with one, and then we proceed. And I think that's it for now. We just want to thank our Honorable Chief Guest so much for the time, and invite him for lunch as well. The panelists. So thank you very much, Honorable Jesse Muyingo. All our greetings to Mama, the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. We are with her into ensuring quality education for this country and for ensuring inclusion for disability at higher institutions of learning. May I see the ushers in this space? Dear ushers, where are you? Yes, the ushers are coming in and they are picking 10. I hear there are 5 of them. They are picking 10 of us at a time. And where are we exiting from? This very side, where I'm pointing, is where the exit to the lunch place will be. How about the table for picking the bags? It is also there. So yes, dear ushers, let's pick the first 10 very fast. I don't know how you are doing it. 10 from different corners. And I know that the service provider we have today is capable of serving 1,000 people in 20 minutes. Isn't that the case? Service provider, don't delay like you did for lunch, for break tea, because then our afternoon sessions will be delayed. Thank you so much, our dear guest speaker, for all those insights, and the entire team. I wrote a lot of notes. I'll go down and really have a further understanding of that very, very wonderful keynote speech. We prayed earlier in the morning for all the food that we shall eat at this event. But if you feel like repeating the prayer, there's no problem. There's no problem. DJ, somebody is saying we repeat the prayer, so just one small moment. DJ, just one small moment of silence. Dear Lord, we thank you for this moment when we've just enjoyed half of the day. We thank you for the speakers and for all the events. Now that we are heading for lunch, dear Lord, please remind us that there are many people out there who have high appetite but without food, and yet there are also very many who have food but without appetite. Lord, we are glad that those of us in this room have both the appetite and the food. May we enjoy it in your name. Amen. Please give them the additional music as they also enjoy lunch. Thank you. What amount of time are we agreeing to have for the lunch session? When I check my time, it is almost 20 minutes to 2 East African Standard Time. Can we do the lunch in the next 40 minutes? So that we are back by around 20 past 3 to catch up with the rest of the events. Thank you. 20 past 2, not 20 past 3. Thank you. Please give them the music that goes with the food. Thank you.
Desire. Aku sayang padamu. Desire. What is right and what is wrong? Desire.
We were here for an inclusive education symposium, and of course what we mean is that this is the first of its kind as a process of national debate and discussion around inclusive education on how we can sustainably take our children with disabilities in school at all levels of the education system. So this is intended to ensure that people have a national debate and awareness creation, come up with strategies on how we can move forward maintaining our children with disabilities in the school, because we know education is very key as far as the development of this country is concerned.
Inclusive education is having all learners, regardless of how they look, their cultural background, their abilities or disabilities, having them all in one classroom. They are present, they are participating, and they are achieving.
You can't talk about inclusive unless there is something like exclusion. It means some learners are being excluded. And when we talk of exclusion, we don't only talk about the school, but we are talking about the education system. So it is the education system which is excluding some learners. Inclusive education is coming to cater for all.
Whether they are refugee children, whether they are street children, whether it's a girl child, whether it's an orphan, whether it is a child with a disability or any other child with a special need, they are all in one classroom and they all participate and they are able to achieve in this school.
Inclusive education is meant to address not more than three things. One, there is a participation of children in the school and those with special needs on equal basis with others. They are also achieving, they are graduating, and also they are being employed as any other citizen.
We want everybody to come to school, study. But there are those who have disabilities which are severe. They cannot come to school. We want also to find them in their homes and they benefit from education.
We as education, we had to come together. We have to see what strategies have we made. How are we answering the commitment that we have done? Because we are seeing so many gaps are still there, and that's why we have to come up with a hybrid policy that we are going to stand on and say, here we are. If you were to implement inclusive education and you want to talk about the teachers, what do you do? Though we have the teacher policy, but we want to know in the details of having teachers for learners, for the different learners. What quality should we have for that teacher?
When we talk of inclusive education, we don't necessarily mean inclusive setting. We are meaning all children who have a right to education to access education, whether in a special school, whether in a unit, whether in an inclusive setting, or whether at home.
Despite the lockdown, we have been able to implement activities. We were able to distribute home learning materials to homes of the most marginalized learners. And we targeted mostly learners with disabilities because these are the ones that were not reached by the government home learning materials. We were also able to continue training teachers, building their capacity in inclusive education in the 4 regions of Uganda. We trained observers, and these are Ministry of Education staff, right from the national level to the district local government level. We trained them in inclusive education so that they are able to monitor what is happening in inclusive education in the schools. And then what has crowned it all is that we have managed to sponsor the first ever National Inclusive Education Symposium in Uganda, and Norwegian Association of Disabled has been the biggest funder for this event. It has been successful. Many people have turned up. We have talked about stakeholders. Many stakeholders have come, and I'm very happy that we have come up with the future of inclusive education in Uganda.
NAD has been in Uganda since the 1990s. So we have worked with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development since the 1990s. We are the first development partner that support what we call the CBR program in Uganda, community-based rehabilitation. We had the traditional 5 districts where we worked very hard to ensure that the community-grown solutions can contribute to rehabilitation of children with disabilities, but also of people with disabilities in these districts. So we served for a long time in this country, but this time we are back to support inclusive education. We converge on the issues of awareness on inclusive education, we converge on the issues of accessibility to inclusive education, we converge on the issues of budget allocation to the needs of children with disabilities in the schools at all levels of the system in the school in this country.
In the symposium, we were able to identify the barriers that persons with disability, especially children of school-going age, face. And we've also been able to come up with the way forward, how to break those barriers so that children with disability can freely access education services so that they can be, not left out but move at the pace at which the rest are moving, because nowadays without education you cannot be anyone important. So my humble appeal to the government and other stakeholders, let us work towards breaking these barriers so that we do not limit persons with disability from accessing school. One thing I really liked about the symposium, it's very, very inclusive, in that we've had people from all walks of life, persons with disabilities, organizations that works with persons with disabilities, different government stakeholders. So it was an all-inclusive conference.
So these 2 days, a lot have been said, but as Angelica, I have picked one thing to change my attitude and to go and change the attitude of the staff I work with, the learners we interact with, the community, especially the parents, to have a good attitude towards inclusive education, and more especially the experiences I've got from here in this symposium. It is really an eye-opener because really we have been accessing the knowledge which we didn't know before.
I want to thank very much our partners, especially NAD, that is the Norwegian Association of the Disabled. When we mentioned inclusive education wanted to come together, they were the first to come out to say, here we are supporting. Can we have even other? They managed to actually help us campaign more and convince other partners to come and support. So we want to thank them very, very much. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I want to thank NAD, I want to thank Site Savers, I want to thank USDC, I want to name them all.
There have been a lot of trust and commitment from the partners, both from the government side, from other government partners, my colleagues, but also from the civil society. They were all here for the 2 days, and this means there is a lot of commitment to the issues and the subject matter that was being discussed.
Inclusive education cannot be achieved single-handedly. We need to all come together and put our efforts together, put our funds together. As long as there's evidence-based programming, we can achieve inclusive education. So I invite all of you stakeholders, you've listened to some of the challenges that Uganda has. Let's all come together, let's put our hands together so that we can have our learners, all our learners go to inclusive schools. Thank you very much.
Inclusivity or inclusive education when considering general comment number 4 of the Committee on the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It looks at education that is inclusive, allowing all students of every ability, that is with or without disability, learning together in the same classroom environment.
When we look at inclusion, actually, we look at it more broadly because we're looking at not only children with disabilities, but we're also looking at refugees.
I think with inclusive education within the refugee setting, one of the things we need to consider and be aware of is the fact that all the refugees that come to Uganda, majority of them have gone through terrible experiences. They have suffered both physical and psychological harm and psychosocial harms.
Uganda government, where are these people going to work? Where are these people going to work? Because we have so many qualified persons with disabilities without work. Can we include where these people are going to work because we are educating them?
We discuss about inclusive education, yes, but then I have not yet heard about online learning. We have already seen during the COVID lockdown, we saw how COVID influenced education. So, what if again some other pandemic comes up, or the COVID situation again comes up? How ready are we? How ready are we for that?
But you see, inclusive education is not achieved in a year or a day. It is a process that has moved from specialization, integration, segregation, to where we have reached. Our dream is to be able to support these children in the same environment, in the mainstream schools. And that is why we call for the twin track approach.
And for me, I will not go into the details of that because I know this meeting will take stock of that, and you will definitely make the next action plan of what you want to see. However, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda for giving us the environment to operate. Brothers and sisters who are deaf and blind, brothers and sisters who walk like myself, and I could easily see them in a classroom. But what changes was the mindset.
How many of you would receptively love a girl in a wheelchair married by the seemingly upright gentleman without statements? With that, all of us will be in a world that we're proud to live in, for God and our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is the last session, and it's a session of action. We want action. What are we going to do with all this we have gathered and with all that we know is happening?
What we can do now, first of all, we have to accept that learners with special needs or persons with special needs are part of us. And it is our responsibility to ensure that all persons benefit from education.
These people are a blessing. And indeed, I have seen many of them come out as a blessing in families, as a blessing in communities. And I was inspired even by the Olympian, Paralympian, who came here and spoke. And you see, these are the ways in which we sell our country, but we do not know the amount of resource that we have in these people. So it was very inspiring to hear these people are not a burden, but they're a blessing.
This symbol means a book, and I know many of us have seen this one before in our day-to-day lives.
And of course, for deaf-blind people, their language is not pictorial, because a picture is something you will see, but they will not see.
In symbolic universal notation, we have actually taken care of that. We have what we call the 3D or three-dimensional cards. So all of these symbols that we've been talking about, they are imprinted on those cards. Some of them are plastic, some of them are rubber, some of them are paper.
Is about safety and well-being of these children. We have talked about all those things, convincing the parents, creating awareness. Now they have come to school.
My name is Ushindi Zawadi. I'm a Congolese, and I'm one of the girls who have benefited from the inclusive education. I'm a refugee. I live here with my parents, and at some point I dropped out of school because my parents were not able to provide the school fees. But through the intervention of Crane, I got into a creative learning center, and this was able to occupy me with skills instead of just being at home, because there are many high risks for a child girl. When you're just at home and you're not going to school, there are many things that you may face outside, maybe getting pregnant at an early age. But I was able to get into a creative learning center, and from there I was able to go back to school.
We have done a lot, we have a lot of information done, and we also forget that learners with disabilities also grow to adolescence, and they are no more
form the basis for our actions in this coming year, so that when we return here, we are talking about progress against each of them, and that will make us move in a concerted manner.
can remove the fear I've had so long. When somebody hears, listen to the fear that's gone. Holding back the year, chance for me to escape from all I've known. Holding back the tears, 'cause nothing here is wrong. And I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I've wasted all my tears, wasted all those years, and nothing had a chance to be good. Nothing ever could. And I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. Keep holding on. Keep holding on. I'll keep I'll keep holding on. Keep holding
If you're feeling sad and lonely, there's a service I can render. Tell the one who loves you only, I can be so warm and tender. Call me, don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but you call me. Tell me and I'll be around. If it seems your friends desert you, there's somebody thinking of you. I'm the one who never hurt you. Maybe it's because I love you. Call me, don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but just call me. Tell me and I'll be around. Now don't forget me, 'cause if you let me, I will always stay by you. You gotta trust me, that's how it must be. There's so much that I can do. If you call, I'll be right with you. You and I should be together. Take this love I long to give you. I'll be at your side forever. Call me, don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but you call me. Tell me and I'll be around. Now don't forget me, 'cause if you let me, I will always stay by you. You gotta trust me, that's how it must be. There's so much that I can do. If you call, I'll be right with you. You and I should be together. Take this love I long to give you. I'll be at your side forever. Call me, don't be afraid, you can call me. Maybe it's late, but you call me. Tell me and I'll be around.
Desire.
Aku sayang padamu.
Desire. What is right and what is wrong? Desire.
2, 3. Hello? I trust each and every one of us has gotten an opportunity to enjoy the lunch that has been prepared. I encourage all those who are outside to kindly get in. Time currently is not our best ally. So let's have all those who are still having their lunch, kindly let's wind up so that we can go in for the next session. All those who are still having their meals, we are kindly requesting let's wind up and come in. For those who have completed their lunch, kindly let's get in and settle in so that we can go in for the next session. Thank you very much. And for all those who have gotten into the hall, thank you very much for returning. Thank you very much for keeping time. Wageni wetu kutoka kwa nchi tofauti kwa magharibi ya Afrika tumewakaribisha. Tunaomba wenye bado wanakula chakula tuingie ndani ya conference room ndio tuanze mkutano wetu. Juu masaa au muda haiko kwa upande wetu. Asante sana. Thank you all those who are making their way into the conference room. I'm kindly requesting those that are still outside, let's wind up our meal so that we can continue with the various activities on the program. Wageni wetu ambayo wenye wako nje, tunaomba tuingie ndani ya conference room ndio tuanze mkutano wetu. All those who are outside, I believe we are enjoying this delicious meal. We can't have enough of it. But time not being our best ally is a kind request I make to all that we get into the hall and we jumpstart the next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sarangesu, ukisikia hii sauti, naomba tu tafadhali ukuje mahali penye niko. Dr. Sarangesu, ukisikia hii sauti yangu, naomba tu tafadhali ukuje kwangu. Thank you very much.
Hello. Welcome back from lunch. If you are still out, please come back. We need to get started. We have ushers, please get the people back to the room. We have lost almost 2 hours plus since the last session. We really need to get started because we need to manage today. We need to manage the remaining times. If you are a session chair, you need to get your people ready, and please stick to the time. I'm just stepping in to help the MCs. I'm not one of the team members. I'm just helping the MCs because my voice is loud. Yeah, let me help. If you are still out, we need you back in so that we start immediately. We have a lot for you. We have plenary sessions. We have even breakout sessions. So if we don't come back in time, you will give us permission to extend to the night. Okay, that's the agreement. Can I hand over to the MCs? Thank you. And pay me.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think we can all adhere to his call. We are all invited back inside. But as we wait for those who are still outside, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, the Norwegian Association of Disabled, Hill Preparatory School, Nudipu, Sense International, Uganda Society for Disabled Children, United Persons with Disability, and the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much, together with Kyambogo University, for making this event possible. So our next item on our agenda today is we shall be having experience sharing session in plenary, and some of the people that will be part of this is Ouma Dennis, Claire Akello, together with Hudson Wabuya. Hudson Wabuya, wherever you are, I've been given the instruction to request you to come here. Hudson Wabuya, wherever you are, please come and be part of this session. This plenary session, also the chairperson leading through this session, I kindly request that you take seat so that we may jumpstart this session. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you back from that beautiful lunch session. It has been a great opportunity for us to connect, to socialize, and to interact. I hope each and every one of us has at least gone home with a contact or with a new friend. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you've had your name mentioned, I kindly request that you come up here to the podium. Yes. Hudson Wabuya, where are you? Hand up. Hudson Wabuya, wherever you are, please come in. Okay. Akello Claire. Akello Claire. Akello Claire, wherever you are, please, we are kindly requesting that you come. And this plenary session is going to be led by Dr. Ojok Patrick. So thank you very much, Doctor, for stepping in. It is very, very kind of you. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I will hand over the microphone, being that time is not our best ally. But before I do that, I want to say one last time, Claire, Akello, wherever you are, please come up here to the podium. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor, you can take over.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, members of the floor. I am a volunteer chair of this session. In the interest of time, this session is for lived experience, meaning it is a session for persons who have a disability and have gone through university, they have experienced it, and they have a story to tell about what it was like or what it is like for those who are still in the system to be at university. From the look of things, all the panelists are from Kyambogo University. So I am going to guide on the format of this. Okay, 5 minutes, real 5 minutes, to tell us your experience at Kyambogo University. How was it like to be here? Did you feel included or excluded? Was there any outstanding positive thing that changed your stay here? Was there any outstanding unpleasant thing that made your stay here difficult? And what do you have for Kyambogo University and other universities going forward in terms of including persons with disabilities in their institutions? Are we clear? So the total of this session is 30 minutes, meaning we must be out of here by 4 p.m. Okay? Thank you. You will just turn on the microphone by your side, or we will get somebody to help you if needs be. So, yes, I said my name is Patrick Ojok. I'm volunteering to chair this session. And before me, our students who have different disabilities and have volunteered to share their experience of studying at Kyambogo University as students with disabilities. And I hope they have different disabilities so that we have a holistic view from the perspectives of different disabilities. As I said, I'm now going to turn to them to tell us who they are in about 30 seconds, starting from the extreme left, going to my right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Claire Akelo, a student of Bachelor's of Arts with Education, teaching subjects history and music. I'm a finalist. Nice to be here.
Thank you, Claire. Next.
The name is Mkodwa Hudson. I'm a student with a disability of a hearing impairment, characterized by difficulty in differentiating sound, and also pursuing a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance in year 3, and a student leader for students with disabilities, serving as a good minister for disability affairs.
Thank you. Can I go to the extreme right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dennis Ouma Ramaphosa. I have done a bachelor's degree in commerce from Makerere University. I've done a master's in corruption and governance from Sussex University. I'm very excited to be doing a master's in disability studies and inclusive development. Happy to be here this afternoon.
So now to our first round of talk. I want to start from where I ended, that is you, Ouma. You gave us a very telling experience already, that you were turned away from 7 universities, and you are now studying at the 8th university. Could you tell us your experience in 5 minutes?
I request that when I approach the 4th minute, kindly remind me.
I will.
So that I'm able to keep time. Thank you so much again for having us here. My experience pursuing higher education is a vast journey. It is a long journey. In 2008, I was in my 3rd year at Ministerial University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in commerce. It was a 4-year program, but in my 3rd year, after my 3rd year second semester examinations, I was involved in a road traffic accident, a terrible road accident from where I sustained a spinal cord injury. That meant I was unable to attend to myself and required the full-time support of a personal care assistant. I mean full-time support. That was in 2008 to date. I still require the full-time assistance of a personal care assistant as well as a work assistant, which is why you've seen me with 2 personal assistants this afternoon. I was bedridden for about 4 years, and after 10 years, I needed to go back to school to build my capacity to serve this country and the world better. However, my attempts to go back to school met futile end up to 7 different times, until when Makerere took me back to do my 4th year, and now I came to Kyambogo University, given my experience looking for a position at campus. I'll press forward a bit to get to the disability inclusion experience, really. When it came to assessment, disability assessment, for all students with disabilities to understand what their needs were, so that those needs can be incorporated into their dynamic, vast, diverse disability needs. That was a shock for me. I hadn't seen that elsewhere, other than the rejections to attend school. We were assessed. I told them I needed a writing assistant. They provided the writing assistant for my tests and exams. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised. There was a disability allowance, which was sent to my phone number. For the record, my phone number had been disconnected, but that's a different story for another day. But yes, I got that kind of support to aid my transportation, to aid my personal care support facilitation. On the day of exams, I showed up with my work assistant to help me write the exams. However, as opposed to my previous experience in other universities where I needed to pay a writing assistant, Kyambogo University said, no, you do not have to pay your own assistant or bring your own assistant. We have vetted experts here who support disabled students. And the university has fully taken care of the charges or the costs, which for me was the first time I was hearing that kind of assurance and support for students with disabilities. First, it was a policy of the university, and secondly, the writing assistant was readily available all throughout my tests and examinations. So very briefly, that is my experience, but my recommendation for all universities across the region.
We can come back to that.
All right,
This
thank
is
you.
one round.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for using less time. So let me turn to Hudson. Hudson, you said you have hearing difficulty. So how was it at Kyambogo University, first day in class up to the present moment? Yeah, tell us your story in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for another opportunity granted. First of all, If I begin sharing this experience, personally, as a student living with a hearing impairment, characterized by difficulty in differentiating sound, before you come to the university level, before you join the Kyambogo University, all of us, we go through a level called secondary school. There, we go through senior 6, senior 4, senior 6. But personally, during that period, I was mainly teaching myself because of the problem that I was only able to use, observe, and use my eyes to pick something in the class. But coming to the university, Kyambogo University is the university I joined. But after joining, I thank not only the university, but also the Almighty God, that I was able to find there a disability support services center. This center is something, it empowers students with disabilities a lot in the university. Take note, not only empowering them in leadership, it empowers them to ensure that there is an inclusive education system across the university. Personally, as me, I explained there is an assessment committee, a disability and other needs assessment committee. Personally, as I talk about empowerment, I was also empowered with the same committee. Even if I was new, currently I'm also on the same committee. One of the things they did is that because of my disability, I was not able to be at the same level with the people I studied with in class. But I thank the center that it allowed me personally to go and identify a fellow student who can teach me after class. Of course it happened, and now I can excel academically and successfully, and I assure you I'm going to graduate with good grades. Secondly, when I talk about leadership, when I joined we have the faculty of special needs and rehabilitation. This faculty, because it has experts in disability, people who know about disability, I found a good haven there. One of the things I found is that even when you join university, you go through something called central registration. But I was unable to finish that as a student with disability. But because there were people who knew the experience what a student with a disability goes through, I was able to meet the department, and it helped me to handle the same issue. And I was able to be registered. On the issue of empowerment, we have the center, the Disability Support Center. It has a visual tech room. It has other needs, it offers facilities to students with disabilities. One of the things which I like the most is that when I came, I wasn't someone who was used to using a computer. But when I came here, I was able to conduct online lectures. I go there, I teach myself using the computer. And what I thank God for most is that the Disability Support Center empowers not only me, but other students with disabilities to engage in leadership. I have one of the students as a student's leader, is called Joseph. But this student at this level came as someone who was on the low level, but now leads the entire university students with disabilities in sports, and is one who has led them. But the empowerment comes from the Disability Support Center. That's why you have to thank the Disability Support Center. When it comes to examination, as I talk, students at Kyambogo University, they have already released the examination timetables. But when we reach examination timetables, when they are released, they are accommodations students with disabilities personally I need. You look at something called extra time letters. They are given to these students, even me I'm given. And there is the same issue that the center is open for discussions. It listens to every student with a disability. I'm able to go there and I tell them that as a student living with a hearing impairment, most of the things I teach myself, because I teach myself, extra time will not be important. Because extra time because I teach myself, I finish very fast the paper. But this center helps to provide additional accommodation where you are not, where you don't feel comfortable, you approach them. There are many issues I can talk about, okay. But because of time, let me stop there for God and my country.
I'm really happy as if this guy is have a natural timer, because he ended on time. Claire, you are
Yes.
next. You're doing music
Yes.
and what?
And history.
History at one of the largest programs in the university. How is it like to be here studying music in particular?
Thank you, moderator. With my experience, I enrolled for a bachelor's degree in 2016 at the MUBS, Makerere University Business School, on government scholarship, but along the way, I lost sight. And at MUBS, I had just finished my first year of study, but after finishing that and I lost my sight, the university could not continue managing me with the fact that I had lost my sight. I remember them mentioning to me that they do not have the ability for me to continue learning from MUBS, so they requested me to write a withdrawal letter from school, causing me to lose the government scholarship I had enrolled under. And later on, I enrolled to Kyambogo University in 2021 for a bachelor's degree in education. But stemming back to my childhood, I've always had passion in music, and happened to have done music through my secondary school. But after losing sight, there was this big question of, will I be able to continue with my passion? Because I really wanted so much to study music and become a professional and make it a career choice or path in life. Though I felt, will it be possible? Will I find a way? Is there a possible means for me to attain this? So when I applied to Kyambogo in 2021 and I got the course, at start it was really hard, because I remember one of the lecturers asking me, were you not given a wrong course? You're supposed to change the combination to history and CRE. Though I mentioned that I really wanted to do music and I would explore all possible ways to do the music even when I am a Braille user. So with assistive technology, I had learned computer with adaptation. And then we had electronic Braille displays, and I had colleagues who told me that it would be possible to study music. So I did some research online, and I started learning a few Braille dots of musical notes. And with that, I shared with my head of department at the music department by the time I was in year 1. And I really want to be so grateful to that department, because they welcomed me with open arms. I think I was the first student they had as a department with a visual impairment to do music. Of course, it came with a lot of challenges, given the fact that I was the first person. The lecturers could write notes on the board, and then they would have to describe each and every of those notes so that I can get it and be able to write it down on my Focus Blue Braille display. And later, in case it's an examination, I am allowed to write it on Braille, and then I get someone to transcribe it for me. I transcribe it and describe for someone so that I can get assessed. So I think the department that really opened my eyes and gave me continuous encouragement was the Department of Music, and they kept on being in touch with the Disability Support Center about how to help me achieve my dream of being a teacher of music. And that is one thing that really makes me so delighted to be at Kyambogo University as compared to any other place I've been before. I was at MUBS and they just told me it is impossible. But here, actually, what really empowered me the most was getting in touch with the project called All We See is Possibility in conjunction with the Disability Support Center. I've been working with the project, and I have really explored a lot of different skills and areas in assistive technology. All the devices that we have learned as persons with visual impairment have really empowered me to be independent as a student, and also to attempt my examinations as freely as possible. So I think that's how my experience has been.
Wonderful. So this session is actually the reason for this conference. I said in my talk that students with disabilities different disabilities bring different experiences or challenges to the universities. Universities grapple with these experiences in different ways. As you have heard, for Claire, it had to take forfeiture of a government scholarship. That's for Claire. For the university just said, we cannot handle you. For Uma, it had to take going around 7 institutions. But it does not have to be that way anymore. So if vice chancellors were here and are here, are the lecturers, let's listen to these experiences and we use them for reflection. So in my next round, and we are just half of the time, in my next round, I would like each of you to speak to the university from your point of view. How would you recommend the university to transform its system to provide appropriate education to persons with your kind of disability? That is my question. And I think this time I will start from my extreme left going to the right. So Claire, you've been to MOOCs, you are now in Kyambogo University. You have 2 institutions in mind. I mean, you have a memory or experience from 2 institutions. What would you tell a university about how to better include persons with disabilities, especially those with your type of disability? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. According to my experience and thoughts, one, universities that may be here and those watching elsewhere, the first item that we should always deal with is a mindset. So if I come to your university and right from the onset you're showing me that you're unable to manage the situation of dealing with a person with a visual impairment, that is where the bias begins from. So according to me, I feel we should really work on our mindsets and have an open mind towards everybody who comes to access education. One, because they come having thought about all the possible ways that they can be able to make it through that course or that university, regardless of what course someone is coming to attain or to apply for. Let us try to have an open mind towards them. That will help also kill the biases and ask questions. Maybe if I'm a lecturer, I should be able to ask the learner that how are you going to manage music involves dancing, for example, in my case, dancing and drama and so on. How will we help you? So there should be that open mind of asking questions so that we can get to know. I've grown to learn that very many people at different levels of institutions of education have a lot of knowledge, but with a lot of myths or untold truths about persons with disabilities. Sometimes they may think when you're visually impaired, you're unable to dance or you're unable to act, but then that is not true until it remains untrue to you until you interact with me personally. That's when you can know what I can do or cannot do without thinking on my behalf, but being open-minded to what we have to offer and what you can be able to offer to us. And then secondly, we should try to make affordable or accessible formats of educational material. And starting from here at Kyambogo, there is still that challenge in many faculties, especially in my faculty where I've been of education or arts and humanities. We still have that challenge of accessibility of reading material formats. You find that lecturers can give handouts or notes, but these are handwritten notes and later are scanned into soft copy notes that cannot be readable by maybe assistive technology for persons like me. And it gives me another cost again of looking for a friend to help me again read those notes yet already, it would have been better if those notes were in accessible formats for persons with vision impairments to easily access that reading material or the examination material as a learner requires it, depending on their needs. So those are the two major points I could talk about right now. Thank you.
Great. Let's now give chance to Hudson. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. One of the recommendations which I could bring is not only according to me, but to others also. One of it is focal engagement. Training of the faculty about the students which they are having and the diverse challenges they face where they are. I'm giving an example of personal. I'm a student from School of Management and Entrepreneurship. And this is faculty, if you look at its population, if I'm talking about the faculty of special needs and rehabilitation, the population there, I think, is 10 times the population of faculty of special needs and rehabilitation. Being a big faculty, it has the biggest number of students with disabilities, most of which have hearing impairments, and the courses are mainly financial courses. We are going to find the businesses, calculations, you calculate a lot of calculations, but there are students with hearing impairments, which lecturers need to understand the diverse challenges they face. Students with vision impairments, they need to engage faculties such that they know that these students only paint vibrant pictures with their inner visions, not that they are there also to observe and get a calculation, this is a formula what, but they need to know that these students mainly just paint visions inside themselves. That's one of the points. Faculty engagement, which Kyambogo University, I think, can take as a step. Another thing I think is about awareness campaigns. There is nothing and nothing which can remove this thing of exclusion of persons with disabilities except awareness campaigns are conducted. We need, the university should make sure that at least, maybe in the year at least you have a big event, not like an event of inviting students with disabilities themselves, that because you have an awareness campaign, then we are inviting 20 students with disabilities to attend that campaign. Let it be open to students without disabilities, to the faculty, such that there is open discussion between the students with disabilities, between the faculty, and also between the administration. I will also talk about something concerning that through the assessment, through the Disability Support Center, through the assessment, it provides a list of students with disabilities that assesses throughout the year. Every year, this one happens every year. But you find that the biggest number of students with the disabilities and the ones with severe, very severe disabilities are on private sponsorship. Then you raise, is where I raise a serious question that we thank the government for that. But it could have been better if the resources the government sends to the university that to also be utilized for these privately sponsored students. I'll give one example that my disability, as me, I'm someone with a hearing impairment. But you find that there is a deaf student who is on private, can't talk, can't hear, is on private, has no interpreter. But in me, I can hear somehow, I can pick something, but then I feel that if it's possible, they give that person that interpreter to help that person instead of me because me am somehow. So this issue of including private sponsored students with disabilities should be looked out. Finally, the last thing which I requested the university to offer more support to the Disability Support Services Center. There is nothing which is helping here students with disabilities like the Disability Support Services Center, beginning with the mentorship services of students with disabilities, up to the inclusion, the accommodations students with disabilities need come through the Disability Support Services Center. But you will find that the efficacy of the systems in place to safeguard the information to support the Disability Support Center are not something recommendable. So I could raise my voice and call upon the university to support the Disability Support Center for God and my country.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I ask you a question? the Vice Chancellor said a group of students with hearing impairment went to his office. Were you among those students?
Because of course they can't gas their leader, you leave them behind.
All right. Let's roll on to Ouma. You know the question already.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleagues, Claire and our Honorable Minister Hudson, for ably articulating a plethora of recommendations for universities to adopt moving forward. I'll just add a few things, about 3 areas, really. And it begins from where Claire stated that all we see is possibility. All we see is possibility. We know for sure that there are many universities in Uganda and the region that still shun several disabilities from admission. So it begins from a point of view of every student, irrespective of the severity of disability, should be given an opportunity to have a meaningful education. Every student, irrespective of the severity of disability. That is the beginning point. Number 2, but before I go to number 2, we will go to courts of law to reprimand any university, for that matter, that shuts out any student with disability from accessing an education. Secondly, it is a policy issue. I would recommend, Dr. Patrick, that every university initiates, nurtures, promotes, or develops, and consequently adopts a disability inclusive policy. Because once it is written in ink and it has been adopted and updated frequently, then that's a good beginning. It can be a great point of reference. For that matter, I would urge our university to expedite the revision of our existing disability policy. Thirdly, like Hudson said, disability inclusion even starts with those that are not people with disability, to build their capacity to understand disability equity, to understand disability equality, to understand the challenges, to understand the potentials, the abilities of different individuals with disabilities. That calls for training in disability inclusion for all faculty, even non-teaching staff, so that once they have understood disability, the environment shall be accommodative enough from the onset. The other area is that universities are centers of excellence in research. What that means is, with our excellence in professorship, we have multiple doctors at every department, at every school, at every college. We need to prioritize research and funding. We need to look for funding to support students with disabilities, because usually the biggest challenges, the biggest limitation hinges around limitations of funding. Let's use these PhDs, ladies and gentlemen, to research. And one of our keynote speakers was talking about decolonization of disability inclusion, to promote African perspectives, to promote where we started from in relation to disability. And one of those biggest limitations surrounds funding issues. So let's research, let's look for resources, let's invest intensively into students with disabilities, also with a priority on scouting for scholarship opportunities to increase participation of learners with different disabilities. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the notes from this particular session. In in winding up, one, what Ouma went through from 7 institutions, rejection by 7 institutions, is what is called injustice, oppression, discrimination, and it's illegal. What Claire went through at MOOBS, being denied a government sponsored program on ground that she became blind midway, is what we call oppression, injustice, discrimination, and it's illegal. This conference, therefore, should see a new era where no vice chancellor, no academic registrar, no dean or HOD presides over such injustices against students with disabilities. You would rather reach out for guidance, for support on how you can deal with such a situation than make a summary and illegal decision that results in denying a student with disability opportunity. 2, people with disabilities are not the same. Let me just talk about Addison, who was hard of hearing. For Addison, in addition to just grappling with the difficulties of not hearing enough, Addison, people with the hearing, who are hard of hearing, sometimes even within their own community of hearing impairment, they are not accepted. They are considered less disabled, less hearing impaired. You see that? So they grapple. So when some of you might even say, but this one is speaking like just us, and may write off his experience. But he said, I can't discriminate sound. So meaning he loses a lot of information. All that calls for openness. All these people have pointed towards the support of the Disability Resource Center. I think this is a model that has been endorsed from these people's experiences, that in a university, the presence of a specialized, or rather dedicated unit to coordinate services across the university is very critical. By the way, it is very interesting that all these students are from different faculties in the university. There is even some people in the university who think that this faculty of special needs is where every student with disability go to study. Those people are there. But this panel has now demystified that. And yet, when these students are dotted in all faculties, it even now makes it more difficult to coordinate their support without a central coordination place. That is the reason Kyambogo University came up with the Disability Resource Center. The reason is rightfully calling for the university to give it more investment. The reason I am amplifying his voice to extend it to the partners here, that universities that have such initiatives actually need to be supported. When you support such a center, you're not supporting the university, you're supporting the citizens. You hear what they're saying. You hear these testimonies. So I think our time, as promised, is on the mark. And I would like to say I was very lucky to abruptly chair this session. And I now want to terminate our time and hand over the microphone. Thank you so much. Can you give us a standing picture with this beautiful team?
Those hands were quite selfish of us. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much for sharing those very touching stories. Each and every one of us was moved, if I'm not telling a lie. So, hao wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu ya Kyambogo University walikuwa wanatuelezea hadithi yao yenye walipitia kwa shule na kadhalika, ama vyuo vikuu na kadhalika, yenye waliwaambia vile walipata ulemavu wao, walikuwa wanaambia tafuta kwengine, hapa hatuwezi kuwasaidia. So kwa hiyo jinsi walijikuta wamekuja Kyambogo University, wakapewa usaidizi, na asante sana kwa chuo kikuu ya Kyambogo University kusaidia watu wenye wako na ulemavu. So a round of applause for Kyambogo University for looking out and catering for persons with disability. Thank you very much. So
I want to request for 3 minutes. Claire has a song. She wants to request the team there to play this song, and she excites us. Yeah. I give you the phone. Okay. Let them play from the phone, connect it to the system. Wow. Should I still wait here, or you're dismissing me and you remain alone on the stage? Sorry? Kathy and Daphne, if you are around, please join the band. Kathy and Daphne. Oh, okay, that's the reason even for us to quit the stage. Uma, are you staying? I'm going. The DJ, who is the DJ?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the song we are going to sing was an original composition which we made last year when we were launching the new phase of All We See is Possibility. So I was given the chance to write the song and record it. So I wanted to share it with this audience. Maybe you can pick a message or two that even regardless of our disabilities, we can still see the possibility and be able to make it and have a greater life as persons in this world.
The password fingerprint is still being connected. So the persons of the next session, it will be led by Mr. Edson Njirabakuzi. So, I've been given a correction. I've been reminded to inform you all that in case you're not feeling fine, you could be having a headache, stomach pain, or any other challenge. Yes, there is the Red Cross tent right outside there, behind the registration tent. They are offering services. So thank you very much, Red Cross, for being here and offering such a noble service to the community. So in case you're not feeling fine, please don't sit down in discomfort. You can always reach out to the Red Cross tent. It's just outside behind the registration table.
So I don't know if the DJ is ready yet, because
I'm suggesting maybe we could have this session maybe later on as we wait for, as we continue with these other sessions, maybe we can have it towards the end. You know, what better way to climax our event than have a beautiful musical interlude from Claire. So thank you very much, Claire, and your fellow comrades for sharing your stories. It has been quite touching, and honestly, I'm going back home with a story of nothing can stop a dream. Thank you very much for not giving up. So ladies and gentlemen, over the next 30 minutes, we're going to have a plenary presentation, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Mponsiano Nwagaba. Doctor, wherever you are, I'm kindly requesting that you take podium. And the presenter for the event is none other than Professor Wisdom Mpura. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome our presenters. Thank you very much.
and employment of persons with disabilities. He has also served on several disability inclusive committees. Professor Wisdom is presenting a topic on inclusion of students with disabilities in higher education in Ghana. The experiences of Kwame Nkrumah of science and technology. Professor Wisdom, you are most welcome.
Is it okay? Is it good afternoon or good evening? Oh, no, sir. Is it good afternoon or good evening? Good afternoon. Oh, okay. It is night, it is evening by this time in Ghana. Yeah, we are 3 hours ahead of Ghana. Okay. Thank you for the invitation and also being part of you. I've come here I've met a lot of friends here. And this is my second time of coming here. I came here 2 years ago. And I had a connection with Patrick, the dean. And through him, I've been connected here. But I'm a deaf person, completely deaf. I'm going to try to speak. Yes, you may have problems with my voice, my accent, and my pronunciation. But in this is an inclusive conference, so we are going to try and manage it. But thank you, all that I have said is what? Just introduction. It's not part of my time. Okay, you don't add it to my time. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to look at my university, Kwame Nkrumah, University of Science and Technology. Our experience, or the experience of including students with disability in this program and environment, what it has been doing to make its programs and environment services accessible to our students with disabilities. And I'm a person with disability. I'm a deaf person, and also a member of the community, a lecturer there, and also a member of the committee implementing the disability policy. So these people is mainly through my own experience as a member of the community and be involved in the disability issue in the community. It is not a research paper, it's a personal experience. So as I said, this is the purpose. The paper is not a research paper. It's purely a reflection of my own experiences. This is coming from my university. Yes, our gates. I've used this. Okay. Okay, this is coming from my University of Science and Technology. And it's the second largest university in Ghana. In fact, we have a lot of universities, and the second largest university established by our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, and that's why it's named after him. And then it has it's a university with a strong engineering, architectural, and social sciences. I stress this because architectural engineering, it means when it comes to changing the environment, we should be able to do that easily. We should have the technology, we should have the brain to do these issues. And the social sciences, we also have social sciences. When it comes to attitude, we should also have positive attitude towards other human beings. And it offers a lot of programs. In fact, some of these programs are outside the country, but it has both weekend and regular programs. And then currently it has 51 registered students with disability. I say registered because we have a lot of students who have not been registered, but it's difficult collecting data on disability in the university. And that's one of our biggest challenges. But currently, those that are registered, they are 51. And then 5 deaf persons. Even these 5, only one is available for support services. The other ones are just about how to cut them. It's very, very difficult. And then 2 visually impaired, that's blind students. The 2 blind students, they are visually impaired. They are not completely blind. I have a reason for explaining this. The 2, in Ghana, blind students don't take mathematics and science at the senior high school. That's a pre-university. You enter the university, senior high school before you get to the university. But because of lack of resources for blind students at the basic or pre-university level, they don't take science and mathematics. But maths and science, English are compulsory for admission to all the universities. But our university, we don't know this yet. The university authority doesn't know this yet. Yes, but you go to other universities, at least 2 or 3 universities, they accept blind students. But our university, we have not started accepting it because it's still a requirement. Because it's a science and technology university, and they're stressing on what? The science and mathematics. And also, they are not aware that this is what a national issue. So they should relax their rule. We are now working on that. So the blind students we have here, they are all those who have visual impairment, low vision, and at the master's level, undergraduate, no. But master level, the person will have completed them at the first degree elsewhere. Then when coming for the master, we don't look at what? The maths and sciences. Then those students are also very limited. In fact, as I said, I know only one deaf student who uses interpreting services in the university. The other, I don't know them. And we don't have more deaf students because these students, applicants, don't want. At the basic pre-university level, they don't perform well, they don't do well, so they don't often get admission to other tertiary institutions. The few who get admission, they go to universities or institutions that train teachers because it's easier to get job after what? The university. But when we come in here, our courses are not focus on training teachers. So when they finish, it will be difficult for them to get jobs. So they don't come in here. They will go to university that train teachers because after university, it's easier for them to get jobs in the special schools. So we are not getting blind deaf students. Now we are trying to encourage them to what? Try our university to. University has this values. 1, our strategic mandate, then the vision, the mission. So if you look at this, you see that the university is striving for what? Higher academic standard. We want to make his name number 1 in the world. And I know in 2002, 2001, which year is that? 2000 what? 2000. 2002. Yes, I have a student here from the university. He's from Kenya, she's from Uganda here. 2002, yes, the university was adjudged the best university in what? Quality education. We want to maintain this.
2022.
Okay. Okay, 2022. Yes. So we are what? Eager to maintain what? Higher academic standard. See? And the core values committed to attracting and developing excellent staff and students in order to contribute towards achieving its goals. And they really intend to fulfill this through a leadership in innovation and technology, culture of excellence, diversity and equality. I'm starting on this because this is very important in our issue here. So whilst we are trying to maintain academic standard, we want to increase quality, provide quality education. We also want to promote diversity and equal opportunity for all. And this is where we are having the problem. the driving force of the university to achieve all its values, mission statement, and visions. We have 43 policies. The university has 43 policies, and these policies are aimed at doing that. But if you look at the policy, you see that some of them will be contradicting or are conflicting with some of the values of the university. So I just listed a few of them here. So while some of them will be talking about quality education, some of them will be talking about what? Diversity. Quality education means what? Then diversity means what? So challenge what? Inclusion versus what? Diversity. Inclusion versus inclusion versus what? Quality, which will help balance the two. Because of what? A major issue. Then Ghana, we started practicing inclusive education some years back. And though universities have not been targeted, we must also do that. In fact, the Ghana inclusive education policy focus more on pre-tertiary institutions, not tertiary institutions. But we must also be what? Inclusive. So around that time, we also started what? Thinking about how to make our environment inclusive. And this is what our disability policy act says. Our disability act wants us to make our environment accessible. Admit all students, irrespective of where they are coming from. No cheating, no discrimination on the basis of anything. That is what the disability policy is saying. It's also provided for free education for all children with disabilities. As I say, universities were not the direct focus, but they have to be inclusive. Though the universities were not direct focus, in fact, all the workshops, all the training programs that are being offered, they don't target universities. So many of us in the university, we just hear the word inclusion. We don't know what is it. Even those who are teaching the topic, inclusive education, some of them practically have difficulty implementing or applying the concept. Then the university's experience. This is very important. The university has formulated a disability policy in 2018. In 2018, we formulated our disability policy. In fact, it started somewhere in 2009. In 2009, we have our first program in disability studies in the South region, the West Africa South region. The first disability and rehabilitation program was set up in the university. And around that time, we had we started with our disability policy, but it never came into force until 2018. And for all the policies I've listed there, all of them came into force around 2018. And then we have 7 subcommittees to implement provisions in the policy. I'll show you this. Then they established an office of persons with disability. The office that cater for students with disability. We have that office, but until last year, we didn't have an office. We didn't have on paper. We just have it on paper. We didn't have an office. Yes. So the coordinator was using his own office as the office of persons with disabilities. But last year, the School of Public Health volunteered an office for him. And because the office is not finished, so he's still moving it. So you see, that is one of the challenges we are facing. And then there is a disability advisory committee, because the office does not have a physical structure. You can't employ people. You employ people, where would they stay? So the university set up an advisory committee that should be helping the coordinator to implement the content of the policy. The one thing that is not that we can get what a room for them, but you know, this is a very old university. All the buildings are very, very old and they are not accessible. You can have a disability office which is not what accessible. That would be a bad thing. So how to get an accessible office for the coordinator was a problem. But last year, the Center for Disability and Rehabilitation Studies, we got an office for him. So he's not to use the office, but he hasn't moved in there because we have no what, the office has not been furnished. And this, the action plan from the Disability Policy Committee, Advisory Committee, we developed an action plan, a 10-year action plan that we used to have to implement provisions in the policy. A very beautiful one, you can read, with all those what objectives. Very, very beautiful. And if you look at all the what, the objectives, they are aimed at making the environment, our programs accessible. They are aimed at making what, ensuring equalization of opportunities for everybody in the university. These are what, and the seven committees I talked about. You see, there are seven objectives, and the 7 committees I talked about are supposed to be implementing each of these objectives. So we have 7 committees, each one assigned to one of these objectives. Yes. So we are now working on that. But you see our challenges. Yes. The university is also ensuring what equalization of opportunities. Yes, university is not trying to appoint disabled lecturers. In Ghana, it is the only university that has deaf lecturers. We were 3. We lost 1 last 2 years. Now we have 2. So the whole Ghana, the university is the only university that has what deaf lecturers. In fact, the other universities where they implement inclusive education, where they are teaching inclusive education, have even refusing to accept what deaf lecturers. In fact, I was there and they told me, plain, I should go back and teach at the senior high school or work with the NGO, and the universities are not for what deaf persons. But this university agree to accept me there, which means what is doing well. It's what being more inclusive than other universities. And then enrolling students to fight disability with a collaboration with MasterCard Foundation. We are enrolling a lot of students with disability with support and support services. And for all students who have physical disabilities, have been given wheelchairs, motorized wheelchairs, and they have specialized accommodation for them. In fact, students who identify as having disabilities are given accommodation first before any other students. Our all halls are all not accessible, so they will send them to the accessible halls, or they will give them the ground floor to use. So if you identify as what having a disability, especially using wheelchair and you can't go far away, you'll be given accommodation, you'll be given priority. So we are now focused on enrolling more students with disability. So on our admission form, there is a section you have to tick whether you have a disability or not. Though some of us are against it, that is the only solution we can use to address the issue, increase the number. My experience, I went to have time, I'll come back there if we have time. They're improving the physical environment. Now we are having ramps. They are having ramps and then pedestrian walkways, creating carts so that those who are using wheelchairs can move along easily. Then we have accessible car parks. 5 minutes. What's it 30?
You said that the balance is right. So it's the balance is right.
What's 30? Please, you are giving me 30 minutes. Okay, they've cut my time. So you see, we have what? Rounds. And this elevator, I agree, I'll go. This elevator, on this elevator, and this elevator, you see, Kamala is laughing. On this elevator, it is clearly written that if you don't have a disability, if you are not pregnant, you shouldn't use it. So only those who have disability and pregnant, students with disability and pregnant can use this elevator, and maybe staff. So if you don't have disability, you can't use this elevator. Only reserved for students with disability and pregnant students. We have support services, accessible vehicles that have lifts, 2 new buses supported both by Mastercard Foundation for what? Those with physical disabilities. And then we have interpreters. In fact, the only university where public lectures like this, we always have interpreters. Whether there's a deaf person or not, we have interpreters there. And then accessible meetings, all our meetings that were organized, they are what? Very accessible. They move them to where everybody can what? Participate. Then we adopt our examination. Previously, this was not happening. Now we do large prints, we convert to what? Braille for blind students, and then we use scannable sheets. They must well shade. Those who cannot shade because of what? Maybe they have problem with their limbs, they will have what? Circle. So we do that. And counseling services for one student with disabilities. We also have programs that what? Try to change people's attitude. And then one important program that we have introduced among all the programs were a diploma program in health sciences. The university doesn't organize diploma programs, but the university specially organized this diploma program to train 100 persons with disability in 10 years. The purpose is that when they train them, they will employ them in the university because they have seen that persons with disability are not in the health sciences, they are not working in the health sciences in Ghana. So they want to encourage them to work in what? Health sciences. So they are doing that. And the sign language program, all about 11 or 12 departments in the College of Health Sciences, all authentic sign language. It's compulsory. If you fail, you don't get your certificate. So everyone taking a course in the College of Health Sciences, you must take sign language for 1 year. If you fail the HIPAA, you will not get your certificate. So medical students, nurses, physiotherapists, veterinary officers, no matter what course you are reading in what College of Health Science, you must take what? Sign language as a program. But our challenges, I hope you allow me to finish this. So lack of collaboration with the disability organization. We are not collaborating very well with disability organizations. You see, as a university, we are not very much aware of what is happening within the community. So I'm expecting that there should be some sort of collaboration between the DPOs and the universities, but there's no collaboration between them. So if a university do not know much about what is happening among the disabled people organizations, and then we have a rigid curriculum. Our curriculum is very, very rigid. We have these organizations right here. We have an accreditation body. Once you develop the curriculum and they approve it, you can't make any changes to it. If you want to change it, it must go back to them, and it will take about 5 years for them to make the change. You see, yes, and this creates a lot of problems. Now we have realized that we have to make some changes, but until they are approved, we cannot do the change. So we are very rigid curriculum. Everyone might take 4 years to complete. So if you can use 6 years to complete, they will not allow you. So you must complete the program within 4 years. But the point is that we want people to know. So even if 10 years the person will take to know, why don't you allow the person? But we are saying 4 years, everybody, you complete. 2 hours, you must finish what you're teaching. You see, 2 hours, you must finish your teaching. The person doesn't understand, but 2 hours, I leave the lecture hall. You see, 1 hour, everybody must finish their paper. 2 hours, everyone between the examination, you see, and this creating a lot of problems for what? Some students, inadequate resources, the funds are not coming. The university must generate its own funds. Government is not providing the funds. Though they are making noise about inclusive education, they are not providing funds for what we provided before to provide the resources for students with disability. So we cannot even employ. We cannot even employ. Now we need a lot of sign language interpreters. We need a lot of support services. But the university can't employ. In fact, it's a ban on employment. So university can't employ. And then human resources, poor knowledge. We don't have knowledge here. Then lack of accurate data on disability issues. Non-professionalization of what? Interpreters. Yes, our biggest problem. Like support services, like interpreters and then personal assistants. In Ghana, they are not professionals. They are not professional. So if they employ the person will stay at that position. The person can never get the what? Promotion. So if you can't get promotion at the door place, so what do? You run away. Our hospital was made what? Disability friendly. And we have interpreters there, we have personal assistants there, but they all run away because they've stayed there for 5-6 years and there was no promotion for them. And they thought they could get better jobs for them, so they left the hospital. You see, but government is not employing them. Government is not making the what? This professional life. So when someone gets the person can get what? Maybe promotion progressively. But you can't stay at one place for what? Until class comes. So they ran away. And then here is about our knowledge. How to balance what? Quality versus what? Quantity. How to balance what? Quality versus what? Quality. People want to what? Maintain quality. They want to pay the quality. Now we are talking about inclusion. So how are we going to do this too? The inclusion and then yes, they want to maintain their quality, but you are saying inclusion. And there's the perception that the disabled person what would dilute our what? Our quality, our standard. So there is fear to do this. And it's just that we can't think about how to do this. So I'll just give you an example. Challenges. These are challenges, yes. You see, sorry, I'm taking some time. These things are not within the university. They are outside the university. But we think that all these things are part of the university because we shouldn't use them. So all of them must be made what? Accessible. But you're also saying that these things are outside the university. But if students who are using what? The campus university, they will be having problem. This is a market that usually students use. And this is what? A route to what? The agric farm. The agric farm, students who will be taking for agricultural science who have disability cannot use it. Students who will be going to the market cannot use it. This is also what? A market. You see, they are all not accessible. But sometimes they are off campus. But student patronage is more than other people. So that all these things should be what? Should be more accessible. But there is a debate that they are not for us. So conclusion, we are doing a lot, but we still have what? Problems. We do a lot, but we still have problems, and we need to do a lot. We all stakeholders what will help us. And what I've said is that we have a lot of excuses. Excuses are what are killing us. We are not seeing the issue as challenges. That's what we should overcome. We are seeing that we are making excuses. You see, this we can't teach them. We can't do that. We can't do that. But if we think that there are challenges, we cannot overcome them. But if you use them as excuses, there are something like fabrications that will make you feel comfortable for not being able to do the thing. So people will feel comfortable for not doing it. But if there are challenges, we will think about a way of what? Overcoming them. Thank you. But you cheated me with the time.
Another round of applause for Professor Wisdom. And we clap for him in two ways. We are going to clap and shower him with flowers.
Should I sit down or go?
You are going to sit here. 1, 2, 3, go. Then we shower him with flowers, because I'm sure that one he has seen. Thank you so much, Wisdom. Nothing, everything is possible, including nothing. I like that. And we have heard, we have seen. We need only 2 questions or comments or observations for Professor Wisdom, and we are going to take 1 from each side for the purposes of time.
I sign slowly,
And we only have, Professor, we have 5 minutes. Whichever is working for him.
Thank you very much, Professor Wisdom. It has really been a wonderful presentation. My name is Jagwe. I am a sign language interpreter. And really, I have benefited from your presentation. Dr. Wisdom, a quick one. We are talking inclusive education. In Uganda and in Kyambogo, we are the leading in terms of inclusive education. But there is a component that since morning we have not talked about. Maybe we shall talk about it tomorrow, but allow me to fit in there. And that is the component of support personnel, sign language interpreters, guides, and other persons who work with students with disabilities so they can achieve the benefits of accessibility. Dr. Wisdom, in Uganda we are registering great strides in that area of having professional support personnel. How is it in Ghana? Do you also have support personnel, professional? Because you realize they also contribute in the movement. Yes, support personnel, like sign language interpreters, professional sign language interpreters, professional guides. Those are the 2 I know so far. So, Doctor, in Ghana, do you have professional support personnel? Because we may deal with the other barriers, but if we don't handle this barrier, then I'm sorry, we may not achieve the talk of inclusivity. Thank you very much.
And he's going to answer after the second one. Yes, the second question.
The second question.
In the middle there. Let him note.
Thank you, Professor Wisdom, for the presentation. I am Robina Kalemera. I am interested in the issue of the Disability Action Plan. I noted the objectives within the action plan, and I need your guidance as to where you have something to do with digital inclusion, because you've paid a lot of attention on physical inclusion in terms of ramps, but can you kindly show the part of the action plan which addresses itself to digital inclusion? Thank you.
Yes, Prof, we have about 1.5 minutes so that we can go to another presentation.
Yes,
to answer the questions.
The last question, what about digital, any issue on digital years, we have information access and digital access. In fact, our objective covered everything. They cover everything. So the digital thing I'm talking about, the phone and the library. So library information and our website, all that. So we have something on that to make our websites information on the library services, everything accessible to what disabled person. Applicants, including those who are applying, those who are in the university, everything. So we have something on that. Are you getting it? She asked me if the objective here we have something that is going otherwise.
Ndio naona hapa, lakini sasa ni ile ratiba yangu asubuhi. Niko karibu, siwezi kuwa.
So I'm saying that we have planned for that. We have planned for yes, we have planned for that, and we are doing it. And that way is under the library service. The community there is on what? Library and information service access. And this maybe what we are talking about, that's not what we are thinking about. We are thinking about our what? Making our website accessible to everyone. Yes. Our website, so somebody applying, the person can easily what? Go to our website, read information about what? Our website, the library. You see, books or resource materials in the library, all of them too should be what? Accessible. We have a lot of online resource materials, all of this should be accessible to what? Users. So we have something on digitalization. Yes,
I think that's
something on that. But there's one thing, having it on paper, and another thing, doing it, being able to do it. Yes. So our plan is very, very ambitious. Very ambitious, but as to whether we can achieve this is another thing. But we have 10 years, so I hope we'll be able to do that. And then you're asking a question on if we have interpreting services. Yes, compared to what Ghana, you have more here than Ghana. For example, in the university, the whole university, we have 3 interpreters. In fact, we just got the third one. So we have 2 permanent interpreters in the whole university, and they are in my department. In fact, they were meant to cater for me, and there are another deaf person. But this year we got another one because we have a deaf students in the university. So we got another. So we have 3 or 4 interpreters. As I said, the problem is that the university will need more, like 10, but government will not allow us to employ. There's a ban on employment in Ghana. So you can't employ in Ghana. Yeah. So the interpreter, the one we took this year, they took him as a casual laborer. University is a paying, not government will paying him. So if you employ anybody who will be paid by the government, you cannot. The law now, the government law doesn't allow it. In fact, that's a bigger challenge. Otherwise, left the university alone, they will employ more. They want to employ more. Because the same learning program talking about is about what? 1,200 students. And the same interpreters are helping what? To teach, you see. Very plenty students. So marking is very difficult. So the university want to employ more, but the government will not allow it. Yes.
Wisdom. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Another round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And I would like to hand over the mic to the MC to tell us what is next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wisdom or Professor Wisdom. Indeed, let's choose the names that we give to our children because he has really impacted us with a lot of wisdom. Asante sana Professor Wisdom kwa hiyo maneno machache umetupatia kuhusu jinsi ya kuunganisha watu wenye wako na ulemavu kwa vyuo vikuu. Tafadhalika. So
I'm going to invite the other guy to present the online things are fully, then before we go for breakout sessions. Yes, the online are free, but before we go, maybe this girl comes to present. Yeah, we get do announce it.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for taking us through that session. It has really been Wonderful. A round of applause for the presenters of the previous session. So ladies and gentlemen, in the next 5 minutes, we are going to have Claire back on stage to give us that beautiful presentation we had all awaited for. I'm sure an icebreaker in between is something we're all looking forward to. I can see the stretching in the room says it all. So DJ, maybe you could give us a sample to know that we are ready. Thank you very much. I think you can hold it there. Claire, welcome on stage. Do you need the microphone? How many microphones? 2 or 1?
2.
3 microphones. Okay.
Thank you once again for this chance and golden opportunity. The song is called All We See is Possibility. I'd like to dedicate it to all my lecturers and manager Flavor Richard. Throughout every step in life. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow. Truly indeed, all we see is possibility. Thank you very much, Claire and Tim, for those beautiful voices right there. I mean, who denies that that is not cherubims singing, you know? I was outside, I'm like, first wait, am I in heaven or I'm still on earth? So thank you very much, Claire and Tim. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. We are going next for our parallel sessions. So over the next 1 hour, we are going to be divided into different rooms. So the first group are the people whose theme is higher education policies and legal landscape. And the chairperson of this session is Mr. Victor Loka. And they are seated here in room CTF 105. So all those people who registered for the theme higher education policies and legal landscape kindly remain behind. Mr. Victor, by show of hands. That is Mr. Victor, everyone. And then our next theme is curriculum, teaching, assessment, and it is going to be presided over by Dr. E. Nwagaba. And they are having their session in CTF room 101. Doctor, could you just raise your hand? So all those who are interested or who registered to be part of that session, we are in CTF room 101. Then the next group of people are the people who are interested in disability support services in higher education, and they are in room CTF 102, and this session is going to be presided over by Dr. Paul Emong. Dr. Paul Emong, where are you? Yes, that is Dr. Paul Emong. And then last group, last but not least, we have rehabilitation assistive technology, and they are meeting in CTF room 103, and this session is going to be presided over by Dr. Joseph Odeke Nato. Dr. Joseph, where are you? Just raise your hand so that people know who they are following. He has gone out? Okay, so I've been informed that Dr. Joseph is actually at the venue waiting for you. So, yes, CTF room 101, higher education policies and legal landscape. CTF room 105, sorry. They are remaining here, and that is higher education policies and legal landscape. CTF room 101, curriculum, teaching, assessment. And then CTF room 102, those are the people who are dealing with disability support services in higher education. And CTF room 103 is rehabilitation, assistive technologies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The chairpersons of these sessions, we are reminded it's 1 hour for all the sessions. Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Joseph, maybe you could raise your hand. Yes, so that is Dr. Joseph, and they are meeting in CTF room 103. Yes, the theme is rehabilitation, assistive technologies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. CTF room 102 is disability support service in higher education. CTF room 101, curriculum, teaching, assessment. After that, we will have the side event, and then we'll... Yes, definitely, we're having an evening tea after that. Okay, so I've been informed that after our sessions, we should not depart this place hungry. There is some evening tea for each and every one of us prepared. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. It's been a pleasure hosting you tonight. I remain Miss Nadunga Mariangela. Thank you very much.
Hello. So I know the idea of breakout or parallel sessions is kind of new to, maybe new to some people. So what is happening is that there is going to be a series of presentations which are happening concurrently, but in different rooms. These presentations are based according to the themes she was reading. So you go to the presentation or the room which speaks to your interest. If you are a policy person, you want to go to the room to where the policy-related presentations are going to happen. If you're a person who would like to learn more about disability support services, you'll go to the room where that series of presentations will happen. If you're a person of curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, like that. So that is what is happening now. We are not dismissing you. We are giving you variety. We had so many topics, we could not fit all of them in one room. So now the rooms, fortunately, are not far from here. You just get out, turn left, there's a corridor. where you will access all these rooms that have been mentioned. There are going to be 3 rooms for 3 parallel sessions. Thank you. Then, of course, when you are done, we are not done with you. Come back. I think there is going to be evening tea. And there may be announcements about tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for shedding more light on that. So I believe those who are remaining in this room are being handled by Mr. Victor. So, Mr. Victor, please take the floor. Thank you very much.
You have the print program. And I don't read print. Policy, room 105, who are the presenters?
It's going to be Mr. Victor.
Then I'm the moderator, I mean the presenters.
The presenter is going to be Dr. Ogunwale Watoyin Rachel.
Rachel.
Dr. Lala Abolaji, lecturer of Federal College of Education, Special in Nigeria.
That's one presentation.
And that is it.
Only one.
I think, yeah, it's going to be main rad, Ebuka, lecturer, Department of Sociology and Social Work, Open University of Tanzania. Internet Center, topic community and university German methods. Then we have two perspectives.
Okay, those are 2.
Professor Mengistu Debele gave Ambo University Department of Special Needs and Inclusive Education.
Those are 3.
Yeah, those are all.
Okay, there are 3. The first one is Rachel and who?
The first one is going to be presided by Dr. Ogunwale Rachel and Dr. Lala
Rachel. And then the second one?
The second session, yeah?
The second presentation.
It's going to be
Mengistu is the third one.
It's going to be Menrad Lembuka.
Menrad. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we are few, we could move nearer so that we can easily follow. We have 3 presentations, all relating to policy in higher education. I would like to invite the presenters, Rachel and her colleague from Oyo University, Oyo State. I don't have the braille copy, so I don't. Kindly come. Rachel
and your colleague. Then Professor Mengistu or Dr. Mengistu from Ethiopia. And then Menrad. No, when they are all here, then we shall. Menrad. Maybe you come and read the names properly. The first presentation.
Thank you. The first presentation goes to Dr. Ogunwale Oluwatoyin Rachel and Dr. Lala Abolaji Jolade, lecturer, Federal College of Education, Special Oyo, Nigeria.
Are you around?
And they're going to discuss on a topic called Inclusive Practices in Nigeria, Issues and Barriers.
Are the two presenters around?
Well, yeah, one is there.
Menrad is for the second presentation. We are talking about
The first presentation.
in Nigeria, Oyo, Nigeria.
Dr. Ogunwale, I think he's not here.
Then the second presentation is by?
The second presentation is by Menrad Lembuka, lecturer, Department of Sociology and Social Work,
Please come.
the Open University, Tanzania, Katavi Regional Center, and he will be discussing on a topic about community and universities engagement through Jama policy in Tanzania under the Ubuntu perspectives.
Are you alone? Are you presenting alone? Okay, welcome. The third presentation?
The third presentation goes to Professor Mengistu Debele Gabi, Ambo University, Department of Special Needs and Inclusive Education, Ethiopia, and we'll be discussing on the topic policy and practices of inclusive education in primary schools, implication to sustainable development, goal 4, Ethiopia.
Is Professor Mengistu around?
Not really. I think you can proceed with him.
Yes, wait. Where's the biography for Menrad?
It's here. Department of Sociology and Social Work.
Actually, the biography is not there.
Yeah, it's here. Just a simple biography.
So we are supposed to have 3 presenters. It looks like we have only one. Maybe the others are supposed to present online, but the secretary to the organizing committee told us the online link failed. They have been trying to set it up. It could not work. So what we are going to do, we are going to receive one presentation, unless we are informed otherwise that the online link now works. So I am Victor Lochoro. I work here in Kyambogo. I'm on the organizing committee. I'm happy to coordinate, moderate this session on policy on disability inclusion in higher education. Now that we have one presenter present, we are supposed to have 3 presenters, each of them taking 10 minutes, and then we would have 5 minutes for discussion, questions, and so on. So we are going to give the presenter who is present 15 minutes instead of 10. And then we see how to go about
the rest of the time. Meanwhile, we shall be consulting if the link goes through, then we shall try to connect with these others if they originally were to present online. Are we together? Menrad, I don't have your brief profile, so I first request you to introduce yourself and what you do before I ask you to make the presentation.
Thank you, the chair of sessions. As I've been mentioned, my name is Menrad Haule-Lembuka. I come from Tanzania. I work at the Open University of Tanzania at the Department of Social Work and Social Welfare. Currently, I'm a PhD candidate in social work, specializing in child protection in Ubuntu perspective. And you can find more of my publications. You can Google them with my name. They are Googleable. I've got about 15 publications in Ubuntu perspective, talk about child protections and disability issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can now take the floor and present. Do we have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I've shared to the IT personnel. They have it.
The IT people, can we have his PowerPoint on as he takes the floor? Thank you. IT, there his PowerPoint. IT people, his PowerPoint, please. Yeah, okay. Hey, the other two are not up. He's alone. He's alone. It's okay. The one of Nigeria, the two, they are not paid. Oh, and then the one of the one of Ethiopia. The one of Ethiopia, we can't connect them now. Yeah, he was supposed to do online. Okay. Yeah, the rest of the titles are there. Yes.
Hello, Asante. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. We had distant technical issues, but we're back in business. And as I said before, this was on my PowerPoint about my perspective. It talks about community and university engagement through Ubuntu, through Jamaa policy in Tanzania, through Ubuntu perspective. And the study itself, it is different. It's tried to reflect different views toward Ujamaa. Ujamaa has been studied, has been recorded, has been documented in Eurocentric as socialism. So these studies try to take back to African perspective through Ubuntu perspective.
Do you need next slide?
You tell them. Thanks. Anyway, so my work we're going to have the introduction part, methodology part, Ujamaa intersection conceptual framework, finding and discussions, conclusions and recommendation. Now, the study was guided by Ujamaa intersection model, analyze and present the findings on the implication of Ubuntu philosophy in higher education learning. And it took a case study of Tanzania because Tanzania is among the African countries that engage mostly Ujamaa policy in the African context. Ujamaa is among the Ubuntu values that represent Africans, philosophy from pre-colonial times, and the Ujamaa policy was installed in Tanzania under the leadership of the late Julius Kambarage Nyerere. Ubuntu, as African philosophy, is guided by various principles and values, include the value of care, compassion, human dignity, cooperation, solidarity, teamwork, etc., etc. Ujamaa in Tanzania was officiated in 1967 during the Arusha Declarations. The Arusha Declaration of 1967 was the first national document in African context that embraced African Ubuntu values and related practices. The Ujamaa in Africa, particularly in Tanzania, considers various community sections. The realization of Ujamaa intersection models depends on the community sections, including the family, neighborhood, ecology, we have the spirituality, and wider attributes. And Ujamaa intersection models became a tool, not only for decolonization in Tanzania, but also it became a tool for decolonizing education in Tanzania. I have presented a snapshot of the Ujamaa intersections, how it looks like, with the various levels. And these sections are interdependent. They depend one on others to their functionality to reach their goals. As I said before, the study was guided by the Ujamaa intersection model. The model formed as part of the conceptual framework. As I said before, it is important to link the two, the higher education and the community. But we don't link them holistically. The linkage is supposed to be intersections, meaning these intersections represent African context. There's a snapshot of the conceptual framework of the study. You can have the Ubuntu philosophy at the continental philosophy in African context, shows represent humanism, humanness of Africans. Then down there we have the Ujamaa vision for brotherhood and sisterhood. And these two, the Ujamaa visions is composed by a matrilineal system, just like other African societies. Then we have the Ujamaa intersection model itself, with the family and the other sections. Down there, far right, the education sphere. You find that there's a component of education for self-reliance. This was policy that was part of Ujamaa policy in Tanzania, was part of national policy framework of Tanzania. We had this education for self-reliance. Some people call it this policy of education and self-reliance. That's where the linkage of the community and higher learning education. The findings and discussions. As I said before, Ubuntu philosophy represents African continentalist philosophy. lack of relevant terms, English terms, to coin Ubuntu, to coin Ujamaa, influence to be coined as a socialism, represent Eurocentric. So in 1967, the Ujamaa policy and education for self-reliance rendered evidence base of how the higher learning and community can be engaged. How? We had relevance curriculum that we have evidence-based. We both know that when we talk about learning, education, one of the major tools is about curricula. So we ensure the curricula, we are content-based, whereby the 7% of the learning process, students, learners, were engaged in community activities rather than being in a classroom. That's the meaning of competence-based education. And also graduates, we are prepared to render, to serve international services. Every graduate in the country, after graduation, they learn about 6 or 1 year community services through the national service programs in the countries during the Ujamaa policy implementation. And this linked the graduate with the community. They were self-reliant, they were self-made and self-educated to serve the community where they belong. University became a community institution that played a significant role in the social construction of Ubuntu graduates to demonstrate social justice, communality, social support, mutual respect, and other African values in African settings. Despite the shortfalls of Ujamaa policy-related issue with the higher education, the Ujamaa policy succeeded in capacitating university graduates to integrate other Ubuntu values in realizing citizenship education and rendered holistic social services relevant to the needs of Ujamaa sections, that family needs, ecology needs, people with special needs, and other vulnerable groups in the communities. Education for self-reliance became a transforming and equalizing tool that empowered graduates to serve community with Ubuntu values, include vulnerable groups in the community. I've rendered there some corrected photos showing how the collectiveness is, how the community, how the leaders engage in community activities, how leaders engage in higher learning education activities. Conclusion. Education for self-reliance under Ujamaa policy became a transforming and equalizing tool that empowered graduates to serve the community with Ubuntu values. That was very important. The values, that's what we need to have right now. The values that Africa needs to have are relevant toward the future of higher education and inclusive approach in African context. Most of the continents, they are challenged with their values. The Africans, we are rich in values, and our values are grounded in Ubuntu perspective. So embracing Ubuntu in whatever we are planning, in whatever we are shaping the higher education, higher learning, Ubuntu values, they are very core to our future. So this call for decision makers, policy makers, researchers to seek and revisit Ubuntu models, indigenous models like Ujamaa, with Afrocentric point of view rather than Eurocentric point of view, to help us and see what we can address our existing challenges in higher education and in the communities. And more importantly, Ubuntu is a gift of Africa to the world to replace other failed approaches. The fact that Ubuntu has been sidelined for so many years, especially during the colonialism. Now we are past colonialism, it's right time for Africans to revisit it in African view, with African insight, and see what the best we can learn for higher learning and our community engagement toward the future of sustainable development goals in Africa and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clap for him. Right. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, you can take a seat. As I said earlier,
we are supposed to have 3 presenters. The presenters from Nigeria have not come. The presenter from Ethiopia was supposed to connect online. We have failed to connect with him. So we only have Menrad for now. So we welcome questions and comments, clarifications, so that he can answer, he can clarify, and so on. Just come forward if you want to, because I will not see you.
So there's someone who has raised their hands on. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for short but very explanatory presentation. You said 70% of learning times spent by Ubuntu philosophy. Okay, I need to understand, and if it is possible, to give us detailed example or explanatory experiences. How do you use, how do you implement this philosophy in the higher education classes or bachelor's degree, for example, and how they gain this kind of philosophy? Do you have particular courses or some learning outcomes, or how do you achieve this? Thank you very much.
I hope you have got the question. Okay. Can we have one more so that he responds to 2 at a time?
Thank you so much. My name is Gerard Opio.
There's somebody.
A student leader here at Kyambogo University, final year student pursuing a bachelor's degree in social work. Previously, last month I was in Tanzania, in Butiawa, celebrating the 25 years of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere's legacy. And I really loved so much that I saw in Tanzania in terms of the Ujamaa policies that those people are still building on. And my question now is on how has the Ujamaa policies or principles influenced disability inclusivity in all forms of education in Tanzania right now? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we allow him to first of all respond to those 2, then we come back for another round? Please.
Thank you for your observations and your questions, for clarifications. And if I got right to your first observation about how do we implement it, as I said before, the training program, curriculum is one of the major training components, learning component. And those who design it, they designed based on the needs of the community. And the Ujamaa policy, as I said, it was 1967. That was basically officialized in Tanzania context. So over 30 to 40 years, the Ujamaa policy curriculum, training component were there from the primary level, secondary, and higher education. And the late Dr. Julius Kampala Nyerere was seriously following up with everything that was taking place in the country, and including curriculum. So the first thing he did was to ensure that all the higher learning institutions were designed with the vision, and we are placed in the community, in the heart of communities. There was no university, apart from Dar es Salaam, that was designed for administration, political leaders only. The rest of the higher learnings, we are in regional areas. When I say the Sokoine University was placed in the Morogoro region, with a very fertile land for agriculture. When I say about the other for forest, whatever, they're in Ringa regions, with the forest and everything about the forest. Mwika, yes, Mwika in Imoshi. So all higher learning institutions, we are placed in rural communities, whereby the learning ensure that the 30% of higher learning is practiced there in the classroom, and the 40%, 70% is about, crops cultivation. Graduate students, we are supposed to go to the higher institutions' respective farms or activities. If it's about animal husbandry, you go there straight, practically. There was no, theoretical was 30%, that was the aim of it, and we succeeded about it. Because remember, by 1961, on the dawn of independence, we had only 3 doctors in the country, indigenous doctors. We only 5 teachers. I don't want to mention other expertise. You can see how the expertise we needed. So to ensure that, Ujamaa ensured we had to train our graduates into practical-based education. That was followed under Ujamaa. And only during 1990s, during the structural adjustment policies and the IMF World Bank, that's where I find the interest of the global powers toward influence the global education structures. That's where now something went wrong. That's how I can address it. Unless this was one of very evidence-based education system, I think someone have addressed it. And toward the second observation about the level.
Before you leave that one, his interest was how is it used in the classroom? How does it trickle to the classroom, that training? How is it applied?
Thank you. It is simple. It's the basic principle for higher learning institution in the world that 25% is from the classroom. That's very basic principles. So we did it practically. That we ensure that there's a minor theoretical and very minor seminar presentation, but majors in the field base. We call it field work practice, or some people they call the site visit. And where the graduates, we are working together with the community. If it's about construction of schools, for example, when we talk about school constructions in the communities, it means the graduates, we are part of the constructions, practically. They're linked directly to what they learn in the classroom and what they have in the classroom. When we talk about the village or community farms, graduates are supposed part of doing the activity in the community. So basically, we had these so-called community activities, community engagement of learners and community. We didn't separate that until you graduate now, you go back to the community, rather than we had to make sure that all the time during the learning process, you're part of community. So you don't become new in the communities. You don't want to be employed by the major employer of the government, but rather than be a self-employed. You acquire the basic community skills. You know the community needs. Once after graduation, you can be a farmer, you can be a business, livestock entrepreneurs directly. That's why we addressed the issue of unemployability in Tanzania for more than 40 years after the Arusha Declaration of 1967. I think a good somehow. The chair.
The second.
Thank you. And the issue of the holistic and the collectiveness, Ujamaa policy started with the primary education and also went beyond the adult learning education. Remember, in post-colonial Tanzania, the majority of people were in rural communities, and most of them we say they're educated. They didn't know how to read and write. So Mwalimu under Ujamaa policy introduced the so-called adult learning. hours. So you see how the values of Ubuntu, we are part and parcel of Jama policy, that we address the education literacy gap in Tanzania context, in post-colonial Tanzania.
Okay, any more questions for him? Yes, where are you?
I want to first of all thank you very much for a presentation well done, and I think we've appreciated better what Tanzania is doing for us. I'm called Odeke Alan, and I'm a student here at Kyambogo University. I'm doing a BA in education, focusing on special needs education. I want to also try and relate your Tanzanian policy. I want to understand your Tanzanian policy. Do you have, in Tanzania, I know you of course have disability, do you have disability-friendly policies? That's maybe the first question. Then now, if yes, what challenges would you be facing in implementing the policies, such policies related to inclusive education? Yeah, what are the challenges that you could be facing? Or should we say that the Ubuntu philosophy is as good or very well implemented as it's done in America? Is everything going on so well? Because what you've painted here, it's really showing that, yeah, Ubuntu or Jama policies are really working well. What are some of those challenges anyway? Of course, I know there should be some challenges here and there. Thank you.
Thank you, the participant.
Can we get one more question so that he responds to two? A question or comment or seeking a clarification so that he responds to two. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I would like to believe that Ujamaa was an extension of democracy. So if Ujamaa was an extension of democracy, how can students at universities use the spirit of Ubuntuism to shape a new Africa? So my question is or was Ujamaa an extension of democracy? And if so, how can students at universities use the spirit of Ubuntuism to shape a new Africa? Thank you.
Yes. Naman too. Okay, good. Let me start with the hottest one. My colleague there will wait for me. As I mentioned, that democracy is one of the core values of African Ubuntu. You're very right. And because Ujamai's policy framework and best of the Ubuntu values included democracy, then to ensure you, and to make it very short, as I said before, every higher learning institution was designed by the Ujamaa policy to serve the particular purpose for graduates in the country. And I mentioned before to one of my colleagues there that the University of Dar es Salaam was designed for political and democracy issue only. That was the initial, the structuring of the University of Dar es Salaam. To make it short, most of Ugandan leaders, they were designed at the University of Dar es Salaam. Most of African leaders, political leaders, liberation leaders, they graduated from the University of Dar es Salaam. Why? Because the Ubuntu value of democracy was laid there in the foundation of the University of Dar es Salaam. And in the University of Dar es Salaam, democracy, there was not only freedom of speech, but it was representing all the students, all education students in the country. When from the time of riots, from the time of demonstration, for the time of fight for the rights of students and education needs, it started from the University of Dar es Salaam. Most of the quality of education in the country right now, they've been designed or advocated through the University of Dar es Salaam. Most of the Tanzanian leaders, they were designed from the same University of Dar es Salaam. As I said before, each university in Nyerere designed to serve a particular purpose. So you find now someone who's a minister of agriculture, you find his or her background should come from the University of Sokoine. Why? Because the university was designed for agriculture and animal husbandry only.
Can you relate it to disability? We asked, is there a policy on disability? How does it relate to Ujamaa? And two, how are students with disabilities participating or benefiting from that arrangement of Ujamaa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Come to the second point. Yes, we have the disabilities policy framework in the country. I think we are one of the areas African country that to rectify the CRPD and also to initiate the policy of disability in the country in the African context. So we have the policy, disability policy in the countries, and the policy itself, it has embraced the Ubuntu values. From the 1967, most of the policies have been reflecting back to the 1967 of Ujamaa policy. Whenever we have a new policy or revised policy, they have to ensure that they are reflecting the value of Ubuntu through the Ujamaa policy framework in the countries. And when it comes to the people's disability, the initial stage was about to invest in primary and secondary education. That's happened to most of African countries that I can accept it. And there was little in higher learning education because the education system in African countries is like pyramid. We have much population in the lower learning, and there's dropout when you go higher learning institution. This applies the same to the people with disabilities. And to ensure this, the policy of people with disability has recommended, it has reflected issues of people with disabilities to be included in primary, secondary, and higher learning institutions. One of them is about infrastructures. As I mentioned, one professor from Ghana here. The infrastructures, the infrastructure for people with disabilities, they have been reflected in the policy of constructions, public and private buildings, public and private infrastructures, public and private transport infrastructures. They are there to address, to accommodate people's disabilities. And there's a number, various forms of associations, networks of people with disability in the countries. We have national umbrellas and also regional networks. And also we have special schools for people with disabilities all over the country. And there are 4 to 5 universities that they have established disability support services units or department in the country, include the Open University of Tanzania and the University of Dar es Salaam itself. Especially during the corona pandemic, that's where others higher institutions, they have expanded their service to the disability based on the online learning platforms.
The second one, on democracy, is Ujamaa an extension of democracy? And if so, how are students using it or benefiting from?
Thank you. I think I've mentioned before, but yes, Ujamaa, it accommodates democracy, which means it gives platform for higher learning students to express their views, to conduct research that can criticize and also contribute to the national development plans and policy, and later the policy in the countries. And our higher learning institutions have got their juniors, just like our universities, but they are free to come to their views. They've got journals, they've got magazines, either monthly or quarterly, but they're there to spread their views. And political leaders, they are paying attention. They are paying attention to the views of higher learning students. So whatever comes from the higher learning institutions, it is highly taken serious by the political leaders and any other policymakers in the countries.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will stop there unless there is one burning one. If there is no one burning question.
There's one hand there. One hand.
Is there one?
Yes, one hand.
Alan is saying he's not had the response with consent.
Yeah, that what?
Alan.
Which part? Let's have one and we close. Alan is saying what?
Thank you so much. My name is John Bosco Loden. I'm a student of Kyambogo University pursuing Bachelor degree of Community Development and Social Justice. Having understood Ujamaa as one of the form of familyhood, and it's also one of the socio-economic framework, which was initiated by His Excellency Julius Nyerere. My question is now, how can the principles of Ujamaa policy be effectively integrated into current higher education policies to enhance accessibility and support for students with disability, considering both historical context and contemporary changes? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I think we had a pending issue for Mr. Alan.
Alan?
In the first place, I said yes. Okay.
What is Alan's concern?
Alan's concerns about if Tanzania
I asked a few minutes ago, where we have Ubuntu and all of that, you talked about a lot of policies. And my concern is, do we have a policy on disability in Tanzania? If we have a policy, which kind of challenges do you face in the implementation of this policy? Or you completely have no challenges in higher education?
He answered that there is a policy, a national policy, maybe the issue of challenges. Maybe you can, as you respond to this other one, you can also talk about the challenge, some of the challenges.
Okay. As I said, yes, we have that policy. Right? So I can have two major challenges. That policy implementation of people with disability and other related policies when it comes to education settings or education implementation. One of them is about colonial legacy. The impact of colonial legacy continue to hamper our new policies. It doesn't matter how good it looks like, but still, what we have in our minds, not everyone has the view, the Afrocentric view, point of view. And to add to that, meaning that when I talk about African, in African context, people would later feel like something from Eurocentric is more advanced or more modern. And that was one of the challenges that Nyerere faced during his reign in Tanzania. That majority of other public servants, public employees, we are not fully into embracing Ubuntu values. Secondly, it's about resources. Whenever you have a policy, the capital, financial resources are very important. But since 1990s, 1995 upward, the structural adjustment policy influenced most of developing countries, most of African countries, when it comes to policy implementation, policy design. So, meaning that policy implementation or national activities are donor funded. Meaning that even if you have a very good policy framework, still the one who comes to support you, he or she may sideline what good you have sometime. And those who have the capacity, funding capacity, they have capacity to influence of sidelining the Ubuntu values sometimes. That's a very open fact. Because most of African budgets, most of African government budgets, they are donor funded. Meaning that the implementation of policies, doesn't matter how good it looks like, that depends on donors' interests. And whenever the change of donors' interests, meaning that there will change of your policy as well. So we have the German policy this year, 5 years of Norway now. Next year we get from Spain, still change. So donor funding issues influence or implicate our good policy we have in the African context, including the Ubuntu issues.
Then the question from there, what was the question about Jamaa family system?
Thank you. We have major global agendas. One of them is about SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, that even reflect the CRPD, right? So when you look SDGs in Ubuntu perspective, you'll find they're talking about cooperations, solidarity, integration, democracy, inclusiveness. All those are the values that we have in Ubuntu. That's why I say we need to revisit SDG in an African perspective. You can see how the world, the global demand for Ubuntu values. Ubuntu values now is getting a global recognition. As you mentioned, you are a social worker student, right? Yes. For your information, the International Federation of Social Worker, the global institution, has themed the Ubuntu philosophy as one of the global social work intervention that need to be embraced to realize the SDGs by 2030 and beyond. There are a number of various interventions that are depending on Ubuntu values, apart from democracy, international relations, cultural diplomacy, conflict resolutions in African context and other part of African context. One very remarkable, the resolution of the constitution of South Africa by the late Dr. Nelson Mandela, based on Ubuntu. And all that people think that Ubuntu is for South Africans. But only South Africans, we are the one to advocate for it. But Ubuntu, it's found in all African contexts with different names. Either Omuntu, Ubuntu, Muntu. Every tribe or state has got its own name. But the vision and objectives are the same. Humanity, human dignity. And it went undocumented for years. Before 1884, 1885, Berlin Conference, the rest of other business beyond there, the Ubuntu was leading African context in trading activities, barter trade, trans-Saharan trade. And everything was about Ubuntu. That's why we live in peace, in harmony, in democracy. Inter-caste region for Tolo, Butolo, Buganda, and the rest, all these empires, we are governed by the Ubuntu democracy, by the Ubuntu relations. Trading system, we are there before the Arabs came here. That's what Ubuntu values. That's why I say every continent has its own philosophy. So Ubuntu led African continent before the colonialism and the other business. So it's the right time now to go back and see what we can fix. So Mwalimu in Tanzania was not new about Ujamaa. The mistake was about, it was Eurocentric. They linked Ujamaa with socialism, which is very wrong. We lack all the efficient term to call this Ujamaa is Ubuntu. So now it's the right time to go back and fix where we went wrong. Community and village is African settings. That's very important. So even our higher learning education should sit and seek for community needs. That's village. You know, community in Eurocentric is different from the African setting. When you talk about African community, we have number of sections in the community. That's why I've mentioned about the familyhood, ecology, spirituality. We respect the spiritual. We had especially before then the other business came in about our ancestors and other business. Those are very core values that other countries they are missing to date. We have those values. And to ensure that my life experience on these Ubuntu issues, I've been invited to go next year, I think, to share this knowledge about Ubuntu higher learning institutions, somewhere in Scandinavian countries, to their students. Because what they see, they lack Ubuntu values. So while the global north, they need Ubuntu values, we, from the global south, we don't see the value of it. So it's the right time to go and seek and visit Ubuntu in Eurocentric point of view and see what can help to address our social problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Menrad. Can we give him another round of applause? We were supposed to have 3 presenters, as I said earlier. Our presenters from Nigeria didn't come. And our presenter from Ethiopia, we were unable to connect with him. So we only had Menrad from Tanzania. We want to thank you, Menrad, for sharing your presentation and experiences from Tanzania relating to Ujamaa. The Ujamaa policy, according to the presentation, rather providing higher education using the Ujamaa policy is a way to take higher education to the community and to provide higher education using the African traditional values that we now talk about under Ubuntuism. And so there is a need to rethink this process, this arrangement, this approach, and also bring out or emphasize the promotion of disability inclusion in that approach. Because Ujamaa is about togetherness. And so in that practice and promotion of togetherness, people with disabilities should not be left out. I want to think that could be the essence of the presentation from the point of view of Ujamaa being used to promote practical higher education. So people, students with disabilities should be part of those who benefit from that practical training in the community using the Ujamaa policy. Thank you very much. Our next item is tea. For now, we can close there. Thank you, unless Dean advises otherwise. Are we waiting for the others to come here so that some announcements are made?
Let's give the colleague a round of applause. Thank you so much. Medrin? Okay. Thank you, Medrin, and I want to welcome you because when I was speaking, I did not mention your country, I think, and I had missed from the information I was given that Tanzania was here. I did hear about Zanzibar, but not Tanzania. I'm now even happier and very happy about the topic of your... Huh? Yes, Zanzibar. I'm aware of Zanzibar. He's talking tomorrow. I love Ubuntuism and the African Renaissance theories, so I'm happy that you touched on that. So what we do now is we can have evening tea because we do not know when the other sessions are closing. But as we go, I wanted just to say, and I will repeat when the others come, that this is just day one of the conference. Day one is tomorrow. Day one will have a lot more variety in terms of content, knowledge for you to consume. Because today, part of the time was spent on ceremonial things. But tomorrow, we won't have those ceremonial things in the morning. We go straight to the keynotes, the plenaries, the parallel sessions, and we close and call it a day. The time for reporting remains the same, so please come here by 8, register, have breakfast, and come to the room. We shall consult with the supplier whether it is possible for them to deliver here by 8. The idea is, once we enter here, we don't again break to go and come back, because that breaking causes a lot of time wasting. Today we spent almost 3 hours unused, which was not good. Make sure you register. It's very important for us when we are writing the report. Give us full information. This is housekeeping. We have seen that there are more people at mealtime than in the room and than in the registration. So I will request the committee we meet for some 20 minutes before this day ends, and we review it so that it gives us new insights for the next day. Tomorrow also, don't forget to give us feedback, because we want the next conference to be better than this one. I know the standard of this one is we shot it very high on purpose, but we want the next one to even go higher. And it cannot be so unless you give us your feedback. So the session for that will come tomorrow. Okay. On my part, I think this room can have tea. Others will join. After all, it is usually a queue. So we can solve the problem by going at intervals. If we need you, you'll hear the announcement, and please respond accordingly. Thank you. By the way, I've not seen you people make use of these nice scenes for taking photographs. What's wrong with you? We created a photo booth outside and inside. We want you to go create memories. And when you take, share. And when you share, refer to the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. Thank you.